Definitely feel responsible for the child, the person, and then the academics on top of that.
We have so many things here at the school. We have great academics. We have all these amazing art programs. We have an amazing culinary program. We have an amazing auto program. We have a CNA 911 program. That there is really something for every interest of every child at our school, and it makes it feel like a family instead of just where you come to do something you have to do.
We have an actual community. It's not just a school, it's not just an institution, it is a community in which people are willing to help each other. The students and their enthusiasm and their gusto for learning is unparalleled. The academics here are tremendous, as well as the caring of the faculty and the teachers we have here.
I love all the teachers here. They're awesome. They make the day better, honestly. Like, half of the school is the atmosphere that is given by the teachers and staff and administrators, and you can tell that they really care about their students. It's really fun to have people that are passionate about the school and want to participate, and it's really good to have the whole school spirit at the level that we do.
Inclusion is super important to us at Titusville High School. Everyone's really friendly and you can really talk to anybody and everyone's here to help you. I'm proud of the atmosphere. I'm proud of the things we get to do. It's a good environment, especially for you to join clubs and be involved in the school. You'll have a good time.
I think one of the most common misconceptions about a virtual school is that a student sits behind a computer, doesn't talk to other human beings. The computer is there and that's the vehicle, but it's the vehicle for engaging with teachers and with their peers. We still have an amazing culture here at Brevard Virtual. We're all local, we're here in Brevard, and that allows us to do those face-to-face activities.
Brevard Virtual is a great opportunity for parents to be able to have their kids with more flexibility. I have a travel nurse parent, and so she's traveling and the daughter can travel with her, but she can still be getting her education. And it's more opportunities for them to be able to participate as a family and have flexibility.
Did you go on a field trip with her on the computer?
Yes.
Where did you go? Remember where you saw lots of animals?
Yeah, I know it's a zoo.
It was a zoo. I don't remember where it was either.
It was the Astronaut zoo.
Well, we started with BVS at a rough time in our lives when my oldest daughter was diagnosed with cancer. And I pulled my son Khalif from brick and mortar because I spent a lot of time at Nemours Children's Hospital. He was a very, very timid child, but Khalif was inducted into the National Junior Honor Society as well as the National Honor Society when he started BVS. He was so quiet, and now outside of our community, he is an activist for pediatric cancer.
I like to call students just to say they're doing great. And that's part of the monthly contact. So when we call the parent or email the parent, we're letting them know not just the bad things, we're letting them know, hey, they're doing great. And so it's just a way that we build the community even further with parents as partners with our teachers.
At Westside, we are a family. Every single day that my students come to school, they want to be here, they feel safe, they're in an environment where they're having fun, and they can respect each other. We make sure that all individual needs are met.
We have educated generations of families here within our school community. Our school focuses on high academic expectations. We have standards-based instruction, writing programs, gifted programs, and supports for our struggling readers. But in addition to that, we have a variety of enrichment programs to build the whole child. We have a very strong music program that involves orchestra and chorus and the only steel drum band here in Brevard County. In our athletics, we have one of the largest running clubs, our elite running club, that places multiple times in local races. We also have STEM and science. And then we build good character traits in our kindness club and our happy hands sign language club, so students are becoming aware of inclusive children. We develop a community in our school where students are feeling loved so that it's okay to fail and they feel that confidence and that belief that the staff has for them.
Westside has a wonderful school family. We are able to implement a lot of different strategies with how diverse our population is here, and being able to allow students to learn about one another and interact with one another regardless of their differences.
everyone is so respectful here and that you can always be yourself here, and the teachers are so welcoming and that they'll help you with your grades and they'll make sure you're doing okay.
Everyone at school is very caring, and that even though we're different, everyone feels the same. It's very easy to make friends here.
Brevard County is a community on the move as one of the fastest growing counties in the state. With increased business opportunities, a booming tourism industry, and a key role in the return to space, living in Brevard County means being where the action is. And in the middle of that action is Brevard Public Schools. Brevard Public Schools is a community leader actively working to shape young lives into individuals capable of making real-world impact. Accessibility is of high importance, and as such, 84 schools are offered throughout the county, spanning from Mims to Palm Bay. Proud to be an A district with a 90% graduation rate, Brevard ensures students have every opportunity to succeed. This can be seen in the 414 graduates who earned their associate's degree while still in high school, and the 47% of graduates who earned certificates in STEM and CTE courses. Further showcasing national leadership in career and technical education, Brevard students dominate in science, with 7 high schools ranked as America's best for STEM. For those students interested in other areas of study, our schools offer 82 different industry certifications, a unique aviation assembly and fabrication program, a top-notch robotics program, and a maritime program that uses technology only found in one Florida high school right here in Brevard. All of our CTE programs prepare students for college and the workforce, whether in automotive tech, 911 public safety, or culinary. These programs strengthen the future of our children and Brevard County. Not just available to high school students, CTE programs are in middle school and, yes, elementary schools too. When it comes to academics, our students shine using a robust AP program, dual enrollment, Cambridge program, International Baccalaureate program, and National Honor Society. If you want the best educators in Florida, they are inside Brevard classrooms. Experienced, energized teachers and staff are leading our kids from kindergarten to graduation. At Brevard Public Schools, the sky is not the limit. We aim for beyond.
Apollo Elementary was built in 1966, right in the middle of the Apollo program, which brought the astronauts to the moon. This school has a special place in Titusville because of that, and I think it's important for us to continue our relationship with Kennedy Space Center and the space program. The best thing about the school, it's an environment where students are nurtured, where they are given what they need to become global citizens, where everybody works together collaboratively so that they can be successful.
My favorite thing about Apollo is just the culture that it promotes. The teachers are kind and they work together, and the students respond well to them.
When you have everybody working together, it just makes a stronger school. Just being such a tight-knit community, we really want to work with those kids that maybe are struggling in an area. We work a lot with the kids that maybe are excelling in academically. We have a lot of programs. We will make sure that every child is taken care of, no matter what the need is. They know no matter what when they go home that they're loved, and we just want to see Apollo continue to succeed.
It is really easy at Apollo to make friends, and I got lots of great friends here. I really love how the teachers help me here at Apollo Elementary.
I actually want to be an astrophysicist when I grow up because of all the space type things we do here at Apollo. We actually have a moon tree. There's seeds that they took to space and took them back, and one of them is actually planted right in front of the school. It's really great to walk through the school knowing that this school has a part of history that will forever live on in our lives.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High School are the students. The students make everything that we do worthwhile. I think the most unique aspect about our school is that we serve a diverse population. We have outstanding, experienced educators who really put the students first and celebrate our ability to serve our students here at Astronaut High.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High School is the community. The culture is about every student being successful. From the moment you step in here, it's a different feeling. There is no other school like Astronaut High School. We are just here to support our students, support our community, because we are a family. There is something for everyone here at Astronaut, from accelerated academic programs like our AP Academy to our career and technical programs such as welding, construction, and nursing. We have great opportunities for all of our students.
We have a group of teachers who feel like Astronaut High School is home. They're truly invested in the students and they want to see them succeed. The connection between our administration, it's what makes this school work, and it's what makes this such a special place.
I feel like everyone's really involved here. It's a really positive environment. Everyone here is like a family. Everyone's here to support you and make sure that you succeed in everything that you do.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High is just the experience and the friendships I have here at the school and the relationships I build here. There's many things that you can do here at Astronaut High School, and they give you so many opportunities. The teachers really do care about your future. Astronaut just gives me that home feeling.
If I could describe Astronaut High School in one word, it would be passion.
Family.
Community.
Excellence.
Learning.
Special.
It would definitely be pride.
Upon arriving to this campus, they're going to arrive to an atmosphere of caring faculty. Teachers are energetic about what they do. Their passion is undeniable. The reputation is undeniable throughout the county, and not just throughout the county, but throughout the state of Florida.
Whether the student has ambition to go to Harvard or Yale or to be a machinist at the Cape or one of our local industries, those opportunities exist, and they're well-rounded for any student, whether it's in the classroom, the athletic department, our clubs and activities, our JROTC program, which is a very popular program here at Bayside High School. Even our BLAST program, which is students that have graduated but have decided to continue on in their education, they have real-world experience in transitioning from school to independent living.
I can't say enough wonderful things about the CTE department and all of the variety of courses we offer, from machining to culinary, TV productions, drafting. Not only do we have world-class instructors, but we have world-class equipment. There are a lot of academic opportunities here for kids at Bayside High School. The dual enrollment program and the early admissions program is where students can enroll in Eastern Florida classes. And if they complete the program, they can graduate with their AA degree and their high school diploma. We have a wide variety of AP courses here that they can take on campus and earn college credit for. There's something for everyone.
The staff definitely does care about us here. I feel like they tailor us in a certain way so that we all feel comfortable learning certain things, because not everyone's the same. They really try to make it beneficial and comfortable for everyone.
At Bayside High School, I always feel like staff and faculty are putting an extra step forward when it comes to their student success. They're very easy to reach out to and will always help you with anything academic related and non-academic related. The people you'll meet here are just wonderful, and they're super easy to get along with. Community is just fantastic.
In Heritage High School, you can find a lot of different cultures, diversity, and everybody respects each other. And it's kind of like a really, really big family.
We have very successful students that are striving for excellence in many different ways. We have Cambridge programs, we have dual enrollment, we have CTE programs, automotive programs, the Academy of Environmental Water and Technology have a very strong athletic program, and then of course we have the best band in the business, and our performing arts programs are very good also. So all types of opportunities here at Heritage High School for a well-rounded student that enjoys the performing arts, that enjoys athletics, but also has college and career in the back of their mind.
My favorite thing honestly has to be our Cambridge program. The kids will have a chance of earning college credit while they're right here on campus with us. If the students earn their Cambridge diploma and also get 100 hours of community service, they qualify for Bright Futures, which will pay for their college for up to a 4-year degree plus a book stipend. Our kids, they get along, our teachers, they love them, and we hear this back and forth from the kids. We have visitors that come onto campus and they make comment about how pleasant our kids are to interact with. We are inclusive, we are robust, and your kids will feel welcomed here.
I feel like the staff here really does care about the students' success and just their well-being. We have great teachers here to get you prepared for the exams.
Here at Heritage, you can do everything at once. I can manage TV productions, live stream all the football games, and earn my Cambridge diploma at the same time. I love being a student here because it's so easy to meet new people. People aren't segregated into their groups of band kids or athletes or this or that. Everybody mixes together, so you can really make a lot of different friends at once.
Imperial's a fun place to be. The school is family, and that's what my classroom is. You as a parent become part of the family. You work close with the teachers. The teachers know each student. I have third graders that come to my door to wave at me and tell me good morning. So it's just a family atmosphere.
Your child's coming to a school that they're going to feel the love. They're going to feel that we care about them and their growth. We have a lot of teachers and staff members that put in the extra effort and time to get to know our kids and work with our kids. You come here because we do have quality educators, and we thrive ourselves on getting better and doing our best with our students in the classroom and outside of it.
We have some great programs, the robotics program. We have wonderful computerized programs where we're dealing with technologies. And we have a great art program where students can stay after school and, work on their creativity. The students are able to help each other out. They've got a lot of spark.
Everyone's helpful and friendly. And if you don't know something, if you just ask someone, they'll lead you the right way. You can be yourself and no one will make fun of you.
This is a special school that is always wondrous to come to in the morning. They're really special because these teachers, they've taught you for years, and they know you, they know your family, they know all of you basically.
We have the greatest kids, we have the greatest teachers, and we have an outstanding community. We believe in every child's ability to learn, and we believe it's our responsibility as educators to create access for them to access the educational world and have the success that they deserve. We are an Avid school. We're one of the few Avid elementaries, one of only 2 here in Brevard schools. And Avid, I believe, really helps create the purpose for why students come to school. It helps them understand what elementary school is going to do for them in the future. We have a lot of great programs like our drone teams, our sea perch teams. We have STEM clubs and STEAM clubs. We have orchestra. They've been growing vegetables in the garden. They're learning and exploring, and I have no doubt that we're cultivating the next generation of thinkers, innovators, and creators, and I'm very excited for what our kids are doing.
At Palm Bay Elementary, we have quite a few programs that are unique. We're a Special Olympics Unified Champion school, so we're super proud of our large exceptional education program. Part of that is our gifted student program. Our kids are super involved in lots of different academic competitions and different community events. So we have a lot of opportunities for kids outside the classroom to participate in authentic learning.
Palm Bay Elementary is a special place to work and learn and grow because of our sense of community and our commitment to our students. We give them the platform to practice their leadership skills.
At Palm Bay Elementary, the teachers make you feel really welcoming and comfortable here. It feels like family. The first day you came here, it feels like you're automatically just a part of it.
What's awesome about Palm Bay Elementary is where they always have something new every year or a month, and they offer new clubs or more hands-on activities. And I also like that you can make a lot of new friends in this school and have opportunities to learn new things in this school.
We have really grown and really been able to offer some very unique learning opportunities for students. I fully believe that the school is one of the best kept secrets in South Brevard. We have anything and everything you can imagine, and you're not going to find much like this in the district.
We're the only magnet high school in Brevard County where our focus is STEAM. We have so many opportunities within that. Not only the rigorous courses such as dual enrollment and AP and honors, we have a Pirate to Panther program where you can take college courses at FIT while you're in high school. It's complimentary to our students. AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. We provide leadership and community service opportunities. We have an AVID tutoring center. Students volunteer during their lunch to help all students on campus, so everybody gets support. We all have one goal in mind, and that's for our students to succeed.
Palm Bay Magnet High School is an emotionally safe environment. Its diversity is its strength, and when I say diversity, I don't just mean cultural or linguistic diversity. We have a wide range of academic abilities. We have a wide range of programs to meet every student at every level that they come to us, and we have such knowledgeable faculty, but they're not just knowledgeable, they're really genuinely caring, and they want to meet the students where they are and work to make them come up to where we need them to be and to where they need themselves to be.
It's been amazing. I've seen aspects both from in the classroom and in sports. We all support one another. The coaches are great. They're gonna push you to be your best on and off the court. Our teammates are gonna push each other. We know our strengths and weaknesses, and we continue to strive for the better for all of us and not just individually.
One of the things you notice if you talk to any of the adults on campus is how much they genuinely care for the students here. The goal of Palm Bay High is for everyone to feel included.
Good morning. The board has called this emergency meeting. Can you guys hear me? No. Try this one. Good morning. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good morning. The board has called this emergency meeting in order to address the extremely high number of COVID cases and quarantine within Brevard Public Schools. The only issue on the meeting this morning is a face mask covering requirement. For those joining us in the audience this morning, I want to advise you of a few things. First, if you must leave the building for any reason, you will not be permitted to re-enter. Your seat will be given to the next person waiting to enter. Additionally, the only topic for public comment this morning is on the face masks and face coverings. You will have a 1 minute time limit. The board is authorized to adopt rules or policies to maintain orderly conduct or proper decorum in a public meeting, and your opportunity to be heard is subject to those rules and policies. Outside of your individual public comment opportunity, your role in the meeting is as an observer. Pursuant to Florida Statute 877.13, it is unlawful and a misdemeanor of the second degree, punishable by up to 60 days jail and a $500 fine for any person knowingly to disrupt or interfere with the lawful administration or functions of any educational institution or school board, or knowingly to advise, counsel, or instruct any school pupil or school employee to disrupt any school or school board function or activity on school board property. I will ask persons deemed to be knowingly or intentionally disrupting this meeting of the Brevard Public School Board to stop or leave. If persons receiving the warning do not follow my instructions, I will instruct Brevard County Sheriff's deputies to take any law enforcement action they deem appropriate, and you may be escorted, detained, or arrested depending on the conduct. Persons who refuse to depart after a warning may also be committing the crime of trespassing, contrary to Florida Statute Section 810.09. These statutes apply to conduct on all school board property, which includes this boardroom as well as the outside of this building to the sidewalks. In the event multiple individuals fail to adhere to these expectations and board business cannot continue due to disruption, I will call a recess and request that the law enforcement officers present clear the boardroom of attendees. When the room is cleared, the board will return and resume their meeting with no public present. Those who are signed up to speak will be seated under the front entry area and called in when it is your time to speak. If you continue to cause a disruption, you are in violation of Florida State Statute 877.13. Or if you fail to leave the premises after being warned by the Sheriff's Office, you are committing trespass, and the board has authorized the Sheriff's Office to enforce these rules. Ms. Escobar, roll call, please.
Mrs. Belford?
Present.
Ms. McDougall?
Present.
Mrs. Jenkins? Present. Mr. Susan?
Present.
And Mrs. Campbell? Present.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we are now at the adoption of the agenda. As stated earlier, the emergency meeting has been called on an emergency face covering requirement. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Jenkins, seconded by Ms. McDougall. Is there any discussion? Please vote on the adoption of the agenda. All right. The motion passes 5-0. Did it go 4-1? Yeah. Sorry. The motion passes 4-1. I apologize. All right, we are now at public comments. Persons signed up to address the topic of face masks and face coverings will have 1 minute in which to make comments. I will stop persons addressing other topics, and you will forfeit any remaining time. Always keep in mind that reasonable decorum is expected at all times, and your statement should be directed to the board chairman. The chairman may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when time is up, personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. Should an individual not observe proper etiquette, the chairman may request the individual leave the meeting. Let's all encourage an environment appropriate for our children who may be present or are watching from home. I will call speakers in groups of 3. When your name is called, please line up on the east wall to save time. Let's begin with the first 3 speakers: Thomas Jefferson, David Kearns, and Maggie Kyle. $142.
People maybe wait. So come up.
Okay. So if I call the 3, they can come in when I call those 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Whenever you're ready, sir.
My name is Thomas Jefferson, the founder of the Patriot Party Brevard. Let me start by saying that we, the Patriots of Brevard, will not enforce any mandates on our patriotic children. Let me also say that you, the communist dictators that sit on this school board, will not ever mandate health and education decisions for our patriot children. Never, ever again. Remember one thing, a mandate is not law. However, what is law is HB 241 that gives all the parents the right to decide if they want to mask their kids or not mask their kids. Patriots of the Brevard say no mask. Listen to me. I say to any and all school board members that vote yes on this mandate, you're fired. I'll say that again. Any and all school board members that vote yes on this mandate, you're fired. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty.
Thank you, sir. Audience members, I'm going to ask that you please hold your applause and response to the speakers. We have 142 speakers scheduled this morning, and we would like to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear all of them. So if you all would please just hold your applause and responses to speakers so we can move through, that would be great. Mr. Kearns, whenever you're ready, sir.
Message of first responder, my wife, who is a nurse, and she is up to her elbows in people with COVID right now. She says the following: kids are too young to get vaccinated, 11 and so forth, need to be protected by a mask mandate. Those older than 11 should get vaccinated. Nobody wants to see kids in freezer trucks. They've already had children being evacuated via helicopter to Orlando because we do not have a pediatric intensive care unit here in Brevard. She tells me what it's like to administer chest drains to someone while covered in scrubs, covered in phlegm, covered in blood, okay? And none of these horrors are just gone in a day. They're long-lasting. She does not want to add those horrors, those of the visions of children dying in the emergency room. Now, I'm not going to be nice in this last one, that it takes an order of a judge.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Unfortunately, your time is up. Mr. Kearns, unfortunately, your time is up. Please step back from the mic. Thank you for joining us. All right, Maggie, as Maggie is approaching, after Maggie, we have Julie Kelgren, Jonathan Schumann, and Asia Hosey. Whenever you are ready, Maggie.
Okay. There is a new pandemic sweeping the country, and it's not COVID. It is mask mouth. It's a play on meth mouth. It is spreading like wildfires, and dentists are warning that it could have serious consequences, including death. Gum disease, periodical disease, will eventually lead to strokes and an increase of heart attacks, warns Mark Scalvani, a dentist and co-founder of one Manhattan Dental. Wearing a mask on a regular basis is causing many to experience severe mouth inflammation, the complications of which can be extremely severe. We're seeing inflammation in people's gums that have been healthy forever, cavities in people who have never had them before. One Manhattan Dental co-founder. According to Ramadi, roughly half of his patients are suffering from health problems due to masks. About 50% of the patients being impacted by this, so we decided to name it Mask Mouth after meth mouth.
Thank you, Maggie. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Witnessed my 5-year-old daughter's mask wet from sucking on it. I have seen her come home without a mask, someone else's mask. I have seen other kids unmasked. I have seen another child put dirt, sticks, and grass in their expensive pediatric N95 mask while their parent was here protesting against parental choice. Ironic, huh? The European CDC does not require it for children under 12. Other schools don't require masks, and their COVID rates are comparable. My degree is molecular microbiology, not that it matters at this point. We are all developing a psychosis that involves a false sense of security, wearing a mask that doesn't work. Because kids are gross. This has nothing to do with who is president. I personally know people from all sides of the aisle who are pro-choice. Be reasonable and make better personal choices.
Thanks, Julie. Jonathan?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Schuman, retired Brevard County science teacher. While we debate masking, over 3,000 new cases affecting our students have been reported since August 2nd, and 4,000 students recently quarantined. As teachers, we teach more than our subject areas of interest. In addition to teaching bioscience, we taught social responsibility and accountability. In the way of social studies, we taught through the class adoption of class rules and the concept of mutual respect, that the needs of the group outweigh the needs of the individual. So coughing and sneezing in the direction of another student is not tolerated. The fire is here now, burning through our community in the form of a second-generation virus. The ways we can slow down its ability to mutate are limited to masking correctly, social distancing, vaccinating, and washing hands. The next generation of the virus may be more unstoppable. The board must provide administrators, teachers, and staff the tools through COVID policies of 2020 to lessen the transmission of the virus. Any less will be a crime against humanity.
We appreciate you joining us this morning. After Aisha, we have Pamela Castellana, Kathleen Marler, and Ricky Marler. Whenever you're ready, Aisha.
Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Aisha Holsey. I've spoke to you before. The facts have been presented, so we don't need the facts anymore. We know that our enemy today is not other parents, it's COVID. What can we do to protect our children against COVID? We have listened to the CDC. We have listened to the American Pediatric Academy. They have said masking helps. It is time for us today. This is the defining moment for all of you on this committee, all of you on the school board. Today, you decide what's going to happen in our community. Are we going to have more deaths? Are we going to have more huge quarantine numbers? What are you going to decide today? Please vote for Brevard, because it's our entire community that is being hurt. If we do not have safe schools, we do not have a safe community.
Thank you, Aisha. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Pamela Castellano.
We all know that the courts have now struck down the governor's executive order as unconstitutional and unlawful overreach. I expect that Randy Fine's threats will also be struck down similarly. I represent the 136,000 registered Democrats in Brevard County, the 25,000 in District 1, the 26,000 in District 2, the 28,000 in District 3, the 27,000 in District 4, and the 31,000 in District 5. I represent all of those Democrats in Brevard County. We ask that you ignore the empty and illegal threats from Representative Fine and issue a mask mandate for our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Marlar. And as Kathleen is approaching, I just want to remind the audience that I've asked you all to allow us to focus on the speakers. So I shouldn't be hearing you commenting to the comments that they are making during their 1 minute of public comment. If I continue to hear from repeated individuals, I will ask you to leave. Okay? When you're ready.
Good morning. Our representative, Mr. Fine, keeps referring to a study the CDC did about the ineffectiveness of masks in school. That was a study before the Delta variant of COVID. The Delta variant has affected kids unlike any previous COVID variants. Let's say we're in a war. Would you position your men to intel that was a month ago or intel that you got yesterday? And would it be acceptable for a serviceman to say on the battlefield, it's my right, I don't want to cover you as you reposition yourself across an open field? No, it wouldn't, and we would lose the war. We are losing teachers and kids are getting sick. Since when has the school board become political? You weren't elected based on your politics.
Thank you, Kathleen. Ricky?
My name is Ricky Marlar. Please put politics aside and return to being an actual school board that honestly cares about everybody. Please be a good example of working together to figure out solutions to get us kids the best education with all the adversity in the world.
Thanks, Ricky. All right, Michelle Barano, Daniel Espinoza, and Connie Rook. And I apologize for not giving you guys a heads up.
Okay. Thank you, board, for having this meeting. My name is Michelle Barano. I'm the parent of a 6th grader in the Brevard school system. The CDC has been part of a smear campaign by people who don't trust science or the government. The CDC, which stands for Centers for Disease Control, is this country's leading science-based, data-driven service organization that protects the public's health. They are the ultimate in subject matter experts, and according to the judge that recently cleared the path for you to legally make reasonable rules, by overwhelming evidence, the CDC is considered preeminent medical authority in the U.S., the gold standard. This is all the information you need. You don't have to conduct studies or search for data on the effectiveness of masks. You are not experts in infectious disease, and you shouldn't be expected to be. You can rely on United States Centers for Disease Control recommendation, maximize protection by instituting universal masking in the schools with a medical opt-out. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
After Daniel and Connie, we have Susan Pinsky, Melissa DiFrancesco, and Dana Schmidt. Daniel?
I have daughters for you to protect their children by requiring masks. Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay. I have daughters in elementary school and preschool. I implore you to protect our children by requiring masks. Listen to our local public health officials who have made it clear in previous meetings that masks help reduce the spread. Don't listen to quack doctors or misinformed citizen scientists. Please don't let the selfishness of some hurt the health of all, especially our children. In the end, the anger over personal liberty will fade, but the serious illness or death of a child won't. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Connie?
Good morning. School's important, and it's not just about the academics, but you know that, yes? You wouldn't be sitting here if you didn't believe in the value of our schools for our kids, our families, and our community. But our schools are not okay. Our teachers and our kids, they are not okay, and it's bad. In many of our classrooms, learning is not happening. Parents are pulling their kids out to homeschool. There are thousands of quarantines, sick teachers, sick kids, shortages of subs, bus drivers. Our ICUs and hospitals are stressed. People are dying. It's bad, and you know that. But you also know that you have a power to make it better. You have had doctors and medical professionals sit in this room and advise you as to what needs to happen. Masks work, and you know that. And if you refuse to understand that, then you have no business being on a school board. We need you to stop worrying about where your next campaign donation is coming from. We need you to step up and do the right thing. We need you to take action to protect our kids, protect our teachers, protect our schools. Vote yes today and pass a policy to require masks in our schools.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you.
Susan Pinsky?
Good morning. I'm a physician with a master's in public health. Our community is in crisis. ICUs are at capacity.
Children and staff are hospitalized in record numbers. Lives are in the balance, and you as a school board have the opportunity to make a difference in the face of a raging pandemic. Numbers unlike we have ever seen. Every possible mitigation strategy must be implemented to protect our children and faculty. At the same time, the greater lesson of community and working towards a common good underlines your fundamental decision. Do we as adults perpetuate the political back and forth about a topic that is beyond our jurisdiction, or do we listen to the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, whose singular goal is to prevent disease, suffering, and loss of life? The data is solid. The school board must do everything in its power to help keep us safe through this pandemic. It is our only way out. And this graph shows you from a national...
Thank you, Susan. We appreciate you joining us this morning. As Susan is approaching our next group of three, as Melissa is approaching, our next group will be Sal Martingano, Mike Schmidt, and Zolma Martingano. Melissa?
Good morning.
Oh, 1 second. I'm sorry. There you go.
My family is vaccinated and we wear masks. That includes when my kids are at school. I'm here today for my friend Valerie and her children who are too young to get vaccinated. They pray every night for the doctors and scientists who are making the vaccine for them. I'm here today for my friend Ellie, whose daughter in public school was exposed to the virus and tested positive. Now Ellie, a healthcare worker, cannot support the efforts of our local hospitals because she's home caring for her daughter. Board members, we need your help as a community. We are fighting a war against a virus, and those of us who are vaccinated, wear masks, and social distance are fighting on the front lines. Those who refuse to wear a mask, social distance, and get a vaccine are simply letting the virus break through the line. We need your help holding the line, stopping this virus from spreading and mutating again. Please do the right thing today and mandate masks in our public schools. Our community needs your help.
Thanks, Melissa. Dana Schmidt?
Hi, I'm Dr. Jana Schmidt. I am a local doctor. First, I want to say we are truly blessed with amazing people in our county that are strong and supportive, so I'm happy to see that here. Wearing a mask to prevent catching a virus is like throwing sand at a chain link fence. It's not that effective. After reviewing all the CDC research worldwide, there is no true viral transmission stop that the face mask for children. It doesn't work. So all parties mandating the use of face masks are willingly and ignoring established science. Mandating masks in schools have been proven to be a major threat to child's learning and development. Illegally mandating masks generates liability. A mask mandate is a direct conflict with U.S. Code Section 360B3, which requires a wearer to be informed of the option to refuse of wearing such device. And not giving the parents the right to choose is a liability. It's a problem because mask wearing presents severe risk and harm.
Thank you, Jana. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Once again, I have asked previously, please stop slowing the proceedings. Sal.
I'm Dr. Sal Martingano, and we can argue the health pros and cons of masks without resolution, but the following is not meant to inhibit anyone's right to wear a mask. It is, however, the constitutional right of the individual to refuse, and it's all hidden in plain sight under the Constitution. The U.S. Constitution says mandates are not law, and school boards cannot make mandates, nor can they enforce laws. Under the Section 18 United States Code 241, 242, conspiracy against constitutional rights, 241, if any person conspires to injure or oppress, threaten, or intimidate any inhabitant of the state in the free exercise of the right or privilege secured by him by the Constitution of the state, they shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned more than 10 years, or both. Under 242, color of law, which means the appearance of a legal right. That's talking about mandate. Same story, the color of law willfully subjects the state to fine that person more than $1,000 or 1 year in prison, or both.
Mike?
Constitution.
Stop.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for serving our children and for the opportunity to speak. In Florida's constitutional language, there is a right to privacy. A strongly worded opinion by Judge Tannenbaum of the Florida's First District Court of Appeals ruled in Justin Green versus Volusia County last year in favor of Justin Green over mask mandates imposed by the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, stating that Green's presumptive right to privacy was violated. The judge said in his decision, no right is more sacred than the right of every individual to the control of their own person, free from all restraints. Interference of others or forced restraints constitute a form of battery. Any state representative or judge is subject to the tenets of the oath of office that they took, starting with, I solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Florida, and ending in so help me God, is required to enforce this, and a violation of this oath is perjury. Thank you for serving. Please do not rob our children of the freedom and ability to grow to their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. After Zulma, we're going to have Marie Rogerson, Pamela Lesh, and then Joanne Young. Zulma? Do we have a Zulma Martingano? All right, looks like it's you, Marie.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. You did call my name, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. As I stand here currently, the governor's executive order is still law because a judgment has not been entered. I quote from Cheryl Howell, professor of public law and government at UNC, quote, according to Rule 58 of the Rules of Civil Procedure, a judgment is entered when it is reduced to writing, signed by the judge, and filed with the clerk of courts. This means that statements made by the judge from the bench are not enforceable orders, and a judge is not required to enter a written judgment that conforms to any statement made from the bench. A judgment cannot be enforced until it is entered. End quote. Should you vote to create a mandate today, you are in fact breaking the law. You have called this meeting prematurely. By the time you can call another, this order will likely have been stayed. There are numerous massive class action lawsuits being built in Florida against school boards who have broken the law exactly as you are proposing to do. Don't ignore a standing executive order, and don't flagrantly denounce the Parental Bill of Rights, a law which is not at risk of being overturned by violating it. The bottom line is this is wrong and it is illegal.
Thanks, Marie. Pamela Lesh.
My name is Pamela. I moved to Florida. Down here so my two sons can go to high school without the forced mandates of masks. My husband stayed behind to finish his career in law enforcement to protect the rights and freedoms of people there. That's what this is all about. And I'm not an anomaly. Many Americans have looked at Florida as one of the few states that upholds the Constitution and the law. From a state that has a tyrannical governor and a mayor, I have firsthand seen what happens when you take rights away from people. Not to mention that masks don't work, and Chicago is living proof. I'm not here to say no to masks. I'm here to say, allow us to choose. My children suffocate in the mask, and it breeds unnecessary fear, as well as depression and suicide, and those are on the rise. People, police and soldiers fight and die for our rights to freedoms, and many are readily giving it away.
Thank you, Pamela. After Joanne, if you all would please stop the applause so that the speakers can hear when I'm calling them. This is the last time I'm asking. If I have to address it again, I'm clearing the room, okay? So we can keep moving. All right, after Joanne, we have, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce this, Suarez Takax, Michelle Beavers, and then Tanya Beavers. Joanne, give me 1 second, and you are ready.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Young. Our Father, who art in heaven, created families. He loves families. He gave parents rules in how to raise their children and rules for children in obeying their parents. He gave parents authority over their children to love them, to provide for their needs, to nurture them, and to educate them. It doesn't require an executive order. That authority was and is freely given. It is ours. The enemy seeks to usurp that authority, and we cannot allow that. Your August 10 3-2 vote for making masks optional allows for parental authority. That is the bottom line, the norm.
Anything that would undermine that authority will cause division, dissension, and chaos. As we have
Thank
seen
you,
throughout
Joanne.
Hello, my name is Sierra Shatakis. I'm in 8th grade at Cocoa Beach High, and I would like to speak about masks and vaccines. My best friend didn't get COVID the entire pandemic until she got the vaccine a week ago. Now her and her brother are quarantined for 2 weeks, and there is no virtual option for them. I haven't worn masks for most of the pandemic, even while at camp for 2 weeks, and I have not been sick. So why are most of my teachers telling me I should get the vaccine? That should be a decision for my parents and doctor to make, not my teacher who is supposed to be teaching me. I've told my parents I would prefer to leave BPS and then spend the next year in a mask for 8 hours a day. I am not an experiment. I'm a real human being.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Michelle Beavers and then Tanya Beavers. After that, we have Ashley Hall, Jody Hand, and Jennifer Dunn. Michelle, whenever you are ready.
You make masks mandatory, you'll be discriminated against the poor. Privilege will go get doctor's excuses because there are numerous studies to support the fact that mask wearing is detrimental to kids. Many parents don't have the resources to take time off work and afford a doctor visit, or have access to a doctor that wants to hear them and bother writing a medical excuse. There are no studies that support mask wearing for kids, but a CDC study did say, when they did the study in November and December, that masks for kids don't work to prevent COVID. The CDC published that study. Kids are extremely low risk of getting severely sick. They're more likely to die of the flu, a car accident, drowning, and cancer. But then why didn't we insist these kids wear masks for flu season every year and require parents to fill in their swimming pools? If you pass the mandate, I am very sure that your COVID numbers will go down, but only because your attendance will also go down. Many parents here will be taking their kids' education out of BPS hands. Please stand if you plan to take your kids out of BPS because of this.
Thanks, Michelle. Tanya?
The CDC published a study that...
Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
The CDC published a study done in November through December of last year, stating that masks do not work on children in school. Let me say that again. The CDC, the agency that's responsible for disease control, did a scientific study and found masks are useless for kids in schools. Then, the CDC decided to ignore its own published findings and say, put masks on anyway. I understand why the CDC discovered masks in schools do not work. In schools, kids take off their masks to eat with no distancing. They twirl their masks on their wrists, lunch boxes, water bottles, and pick them up off of floors. Kids touch door handles, railings, desktops, and then put their masks away from their faces in order to be heard in class. This is in middle school. I can't imagine elementary. I think masks are responsible for more transmission of COVID than if they were not used. This is about facts and science. Don't make it a political agenda.
Thank you. Ashley Hall.
Hello, my name is Ashley Hall. I'm the Brevard Chair of Moms for Liberty. If a mask mandate is passed today, it will technically be against the law. And even after the ruling is signed, it will be appealed and overturned. Please do not continue putting our children, parents, and staff on this ridiculous roller coaster. At the last meeting, we heard about the ridiculous process and overburdening of our BPS administrators with COVID quarantine protocols. Why would we add to this burden right now? If a mask mandate is instated today, our teachers and administrators will be piled on even more. The DOH emergency rule allows for parents to opt out. This is a parental opt-out, not a medical opt-out. My child will be attending school without a mask. I will not comply with any mask mandate. You'll have to kick me out.
Thanks, Ashley. Jody Hand, and then after Jennifer Dunn, we have Isabel Reagan, Jessica Reagan, and Maren Caldwell. Jody, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for your time. I'm looking each of you in the eye right now, and I'm asking you to follow the law. Your mandates mean nothing. HB 241 is law. You have chosen to make this dais a political platform, some of you. This is not politics. This is about parents, this is about students, this is about teachers. Get back to the business of teaching our children and stop this mask nonsense. Should you choose to vote yes for a mask mandate, you will be breaking the law. I might remind you, Chairwoman Belford, you like to tell us that we'll be breaking the law. Should we speak out? You'll be breaking the law if you vote yes for a mask mandate. I do not care if you want to wear one. Please wear one if you think that worthless piece of cloth is going to protect you. If this were truly about safety, you'd be closing the schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. Jennifer Dunn.
Morning. I'm here to read a speech on behalf of one of your BPS third grade teachers who couldn't be here today. I have witnessed firsthand how required masks and social distancing induce trauma on young students. Trauma at a young age can be developmentally dangerous, especially for children who are experiencing trauma in other parts of their lives. It is imperative that we balance the psychological needs of our students as well as the physical needs. Parents know best about what their student needs, and the school system should not be forcing young people to wear masks. It is unstudied, uninformed, and just plain child abuse. Students need to be able to see each other and their teachers to form strong bonds in development. We must stop abusing this future generation based on our own fear.
Thank you. Isabel Regan. Reagan.
Hello, I'm Isabel Regan, and I've just come here to say that I would get bullied at school for not wearing a mask. And the reason why I get bullied because I don't wear a mask is because, one, people hate me. That's just the way it goes. Two, I can barely breathe in a mask because I'm really athletic. So I do a lot of running, horseback riding, and that's just basically what I came here to say. And this is what I think about masks.
Thanks, Isabel. Jessica Regan, and then after Marin, we have Dee Boyles, Robin Davis, and George Horvath.
Hello. 2 Timothy 1:7. For God hath not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. My name is Jessica Regan. I'm a physician assistant in psychiatry. I treat children in Brevard County. I've seen firsthand how much emotional damage this has caused to our children. Some of the trends I've seen are self-mutilating, alone, helpless, hopeless, thinking the world would be better off without them. I am here today not only for my children, but also for the children I treat. If you decide to mandate masks today, we will have no choice but mask wars. Peaceful non-compliance will be our only way forward. Please, I beg you, if you stand for my rights and the rights of my children, not vote to mask. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. Marin Caldwell.
Forcing healthy children to repeated quarantine testing and masking is not only tyranny but abuse. The one thing you all are not addressing and taking into consideration is the long-term negative effects this will have on our children's mental health. My son is in 6th grade and has been quarantined twice since school started and could have returned early if I tested him. However, I chose to decline that option because I refused to comply with the conditioning by subjecting my healthy children to unnecessary medical testing. Today was my son's 4th day of school since school started because of quarantines. Last week, my son approached me and said, "Mom, I think I'm starting to feel depressed." As a mother and a former educator of BPS, this shook me to my core. 11-year-olds should not know what depression is, let alone what it feels like. I will no longer allow this board to make decisions for my family. Regardless of your vote today, I am taking back full power and control by withdrawing my healthy children out of BPS. My children's mental health means more to me than subjecting them to unnecessary quarantines, testing, in order to receive an education.
Dee Boyles, please step away. Dee Boyles, your turn.
Good morning. There is no scientific evidence that mask saves lives. None.
There is no conclusive proof to say that masks have any effect on mitigating the COVID spread. Even the CDC has stated on its website that the research regarding masks is inconclusive. The same CDC that the New York Times reported back in June is broken and needs to be reformed. Governor DeSantis made his decision based on the advice of medical experts with the proper education and experience to advise officials how to proceed in a pandemic. One of those medical experts Governor DeSantis relied on and invited to the Health Roundtable discussion was from England. The New York Times just published an article on August 27th that children in England do not wear masks in schools. A pediatric infectious disease specialist states that potential harms of children wearing masks exceed the potential benefits.
Thanks, Robin. George Horvath, and then after George, we have Karen Clark, Mia Hosey, and Shannon Marsh.
Hi there, my name is Robin Davis. I am a veteran BPS teacher that's now retired. And frankly, I loved my job when I was here, but now I'm absolutely disgusted by what the school system has become. I'm not here to address the board. I know what each of you stand for and that your minds are already made up on this vote. Mandatory masking and medical decisions by the school system go against the law. The judge's order was illegal because it goes against the Parents' Bill of Rights and will be appealed and overturned. So guess what, parents? It's up to us. This stops when we say it stops. It's time to pull your kids out of BPS or make plans to do so and impact their financial bottom line. Stop giving them the power over your children's mental, physical, and academic health. We know the long-term impacts are huge. Get creative. Work with other families to provide education for your kids. Virtual, hybrid, homeschool, private school. Today, it's a revote on masks while they track and trace, manipulate data, and report on healthy citizens. What's next? Vaccines, anti-American curriculum? They don't respect your parental rights or the law today, and they won't respect them tomorrow for the next big issue.
George?
Yes, hi. My name is George Horvath. I'm just a guy who lives in Palm Bay, and I don't know, I like to use my common sense. It's just, I feel like we're back in the dark ages or something, discussing this ridiculous thing. I mean, there's like arguments pro and contra, but there's so many studies that show masks don't work. Obviously, this is political or something. And I mean, this country was kind of founded on not trusting the government and governmental bodies, and CDC is a governmental, entity. And I don't know why this blind trust in the CDC. One of the foremost studies over here is like an investigation. I'm going to read a couple of words, which it talks about two symptomatically ill hairstylists interacted with an average of 15 minutes with each. It's like, these are not randomized controlled trials. It's totally absurd what's on that website.
Thanks, George. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Karen Clark?
Good morning, Board. My name is Karen Clark. I'm here to speak to you regarding masks. Not just masks, but the closing of schools. Since the beginning of school, you have to follow the Department of Education's rules about quarantining. So you have so many kids having COVID, being exposed to COVID, teachers in ICU, and basically your only possible mitigation, and it's not 100%, nothing is masking. Last year, you opened schools with masks. This year, it seems to be some big thing. I don't know. I don't understand the, follow the rules, people, but not if it, conflicts with what I want. Well, schools, you're already co-parenting every day with schools. You send your kid there, and they take care of them. So please, do the right thing for these kids and your teachers and the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Mia Hosey? After Mia, we have Shannon Marsh, followed by Stephanie Anderson, Teresa Lupe, and Ryan Schlip. Mia, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. The mask optional policy is the reason COVID-19 cases shot through the roof the first few days of school and has not let up yet. One of the hallmarks of this virus is that there is asymptomatic transmission through respiratory droplets, making it impossible to tell who's contagious and who's not. The science is clear that universal masking in schools is essential to mitigation. It is cruel to insist that it's okay for kids to get sick in our schools with a virus we don't fully understand. That it's okay for teachers and staff to be in the ICU, to pass away. It's cruel to act like we should go on like nothing is happening. When did teachers and bus drivers and support staff, custodial staff become expendable? When did our students become expendable? This has gone way too far, and I urge you to institute a mask mandate today. Thank you.
Shannon Marsh.
Hi, I'm a 27-year public health professional and a parent of a 4th grader. I'm speaking today as the representative and voice of almost 175 people who could not be here because they're either caring for their children at home, at work, or they themselves are homesick with COVID. This group consists of current and retired teachers, doctors, and nurses who are in the hospitals caring for COVID patients, high-risk pregnant women, parents and grandparents of school-aged children, and immunocompromised people. Many of their names are included here on this poster board. We want you to know that we see the alarming data from the BPS population. We see the negative consequences of the lack of mitigation measures in our schools right now. We personally know people who are suffering as a result of that, and Brevardians have already shown that they cannot make responsible choices because their choices is what got us here. So we want to implore you to please implement a
Steph, your time is up, ma'am. I'm sorry. Stephanie?
Stephanie Anderson. In 1 minute allotted, I'm going to speak quickly of a certifiable mandate that we've all been given as Americans. Because I'm holding this flag, you already know which side of the mask and the quarantine issue that I'm on. And that should be a wake-up call to everybody. The people who carry the American flag are on the side of freedom, liberty, morality, and values. Which side are you on? If you continue as a board to attempt to implement tyranny instead of freedom of choice, we as Americans have a real mandate by duty given to us by our founding fathers, the Declaration and the Constitution, and that mandate given to us is to overthrow a tyrannical government if it attempts to limit our lives, our liberties, our pursuit of happiness, which is exactly what you guys are proposing to do weekly. That's why the founders added the Second Amendment to the Constitution.
Teresa, please step away from the mic, ma'am.
Teresa Luke.
Give me just 1 second. No, you're good. I just want to make sure I call our next group because we have some coming from outside. So after Teresa, we have Ryan Schlipp, then we have Pamela Pedlow, Christina Fox, and then Jennifer Strafford. Teresa?
Teresa Luke, mother of 4 and a licensed board-certified psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner treating ages 6 and up. As a professional and expert in my field, I'm commenting on mental health and masks. Mental health is a serious concern in this pandemic, and it includes our children. Mental health has declined, and suicidality is increasing. Some associate this with masks. Pandemic anxiety, depression, and suicidality are a result of fear, loss, isolation, even parental distress. I assure you, the vast majority of children and adolescents can comfortably tolerate wearing a mask properly and regularly, especially when this is supported by their parents and their educators. Implementing full mitigation procedures, including universal masking, will help protect the mental health of our children, not hurt it. Please vote yes to inspire mask wearing in our schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Ryan?
Ryan Schlipp. The facts speak for themselves. I'm not going to reiterate them. This pandemic gave us the opportunity to come together, but the pandemic of misinformation has only divided us. I want the best for my kids, and masks are the middle ground. If we are ever to achieve a sense of normalcy, it's through full mitigation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Pamela Pedlow.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. The issue here today is, does the school district, under its legislatively given powers, have the authority to set a rule that infringes on parents' rights? The answer is yes. The Parents' Bill of Rights states that any government unit may not infringe on the parental rights of education and health care without demonstration that such action is reasonable and necessary to achieve a compelling state interest. You cannot drink and drive because your right to drink does not allow you to risk the lives of others. You have freedom of speech, but you cannot tell lies about people, harass or intimidate people, and you can't shout fire in the middle of a crowded theater. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends universal masking of K through 12 children, regardless of vaccination status. Orange County estimated that 20% of all new positive COVID cases are among children aged 5 to 14. John Donne said, "No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main."
Thank
We have
you,
a
Pamela.
responsibility
We
to one
appreciate you
another.
joining us
Thank
this
you.
morning. Christina Fox. After Christina, we have Jennifer Strafford, Sharon Barone, and then Karen Colby and Sarah Chivario. Christina? Oh, 1 second. There you go.
Good morning. There is a meeting going on with DeSantis and CDC right now, and he said that the ruling will be overturned on appeal. He also just said that the CDC just said that there are no more children in the hospital with COVID than there were before. He's saying the increase in cases is because of catching more mild and asymptomatic cases because of increased testing in that age range. He believes that the data shows the total amount of COVID is actually going down. He's also saying that there's a huge increase in childhood obesity because of things being shut down, and that's a much higher risk. And I would also like to add that our district reports differently than any other district in the state. The other districts use a program called Microsoft Power BI, Business Institution. You can go into each school within that district. You can see the cases of not only quarantines, but positive cases. Our school district does not do that. It's a very static PDF file. When you go in, you see the quarantines, but not the tests. So what are you hiding?
Thanks, Christina. Jennifer Strafford.
Oh, that was her.
Oh, that was Jennifer. I'm sorry. So Christina Fox did not speak, right? Okay. Sharon Barone. She did speak as well. Sorry, it's short time frame to keep up with it all.
Yes, hi, good morning. I'm Sharon Barone, and I'm just here to name a few of the things that are harmful by wearing a mask. Number one, medical masks adversely affect respiratory physiology and function. Number two, medical masks lower oxygen levels in the blood by at least 20%. Medical masks raise carbon dioxide levels in the blood. Medical masks trap exhaled viral and other pathogens in the mouth mask interspace and increase viral infectious load and increase the severity of disease. Masks worn imperfectly are very dangerous, and once again, I've seen every mask wearer in the room touch their mask, so they really need to throw them out. Once touched, it's contaminated. Masks do collect and colonize viruses, bacteria, and mold. Wearing a face mask makes the exhaled air go into the eyes.
Thank
Face
you, Sharon.
masks
We appreciate you joining us.
are dangerous.
Karen Colby. Thank you. And after Karen and Sarah, we have LaShawn Taylor, Cheryl Wojciechowski, and Catherine Hamilton. Karen?
Yeah, hi. I'm from District 3, and I'm an anti-mask mom. It's more of a freedom of parental choice mom, because I know a lot of you out there want to have your kids masked in school, and I see them wearing the mask. So it worked. So now that we're also not being made to put our kids masks in school this year, it's being a little different, because you guys are testing so many kids where last year you did it. So I'd like to say that I think that's why the raise is. It's against the law to violate this House bill passed in part with Brandy Fine. As Thomas Jefferson has said, he wants to recall Jenkins. We're going to take care of things. Anybody who votes for something illegal, we're going to have to remove you. I respect the ones of you that are going to stand with us, but please stand with us. Don't fight with us. We're in there with you. We volunteer in the classroom. We read to the students. We help them with math. I've raised 6 kids in your public schools. I trust you guys. Please do the right thing.
Thanks, Karen.
No mask.
Sarah?
Good morning. I'm Sarah, Relentless Mental Health Advocate. According to the CDC, there was a 22.3% spike in ER trips for potential suicide attempts in children ages 12 to 17 in the summer of 2020 compared to the summer of 2019. I'd like to take a moment of silence for the BPS students who have committed suicide because of the mental health issues created by enforcing reckless rules and regulations in the 22 school year. And I want to include all the kids who will end up committing suicide in this current school year due to your choosing political gains over mental health. Mental health is just as important as physical health. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl? I'm sorry, LaShawn Taylor. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for keeping me on track down there.
Hello, I'm LaShawn Taylor. I'm here on behalf of my daughter, who I spoke about the past 2 ago meeting, about how she had become mentally disturbed from wearing the mask. I thought she had GI issues and it had numerous tests done, but when we narrowed it down, it was mental illness due to mask. Since school has started with no mask, she's not had one single panic attack, and we had 4 straight months of panic attack. She has not had one single panic attack, and we are not doing this again. We're not. We're not doing this again. The science is not there. The masks do more harm than good, and it's messing our kids up. You think your kid's fine? They really are not fine. They're really not. It's mentally disturbing them slowly until it's a big drama, and then you're going to wish that you didn't do this to our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Today, you are hearing reports of fringe studies, complaints about kids touching a mask or noses peeking out. These reports attempt to pull your focus away from the fact that universal masking works. The data is there. I don't need to rehash it. Even with some slip-ups, masks reduce the number of airborne infectious respiratory particles and therefore reduce the number of infections. So Brevard school board members, with the judge's recent decision, you now have no excuse. Will you continue to show the unjustified pride currently demonstrated, or will you show the humility, listen to the expert recommendations, and put our children above politics? Tonight, will you sleep knowing that you did all you could to protect our kids by requiring masks in school, or will you pander to the fringe voices that think they know better than the experts? The deaths of Brevard school employees have already happened. Can you tell their families, or God forbid, the families that will lose children, that you did all you could?
Thanks, Cheryl. As Catherine's approaching, after Catherine Hamilton, we have Michael Nobis, Christina Kashishian, and Marie Lewis. Catherine?
Good morning. I'm here because obviously this is still a problem, and the way we voted last time didn't do anything. I'll remind you again, I'm a nurse in the hospital, and in the hospital, when people have droplet or any kind of respiratory disease, we wear a mask. It's required because they work. When you have a problem with your car, you go to your mechanic. When you have a question about a law, you talk to a lawyer. And when you have questions about your medical things, you talk to your doctor. And when those things just affect you, that's your choice. When they affect others, when it affects a population, you go to public health officials. And public health officials are recommending masks. Before, you didn't have support. You had bullying against you. Now you're supported. We're behind you. And I recommend wearing masks to people. The CDC recommends wearing masks to people. The doctors that I work with recommend wearing masks because they work. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Michael Nobis, Palm Bay. I rise in opposition to mandatory mask mandates. I believe this body got it right in the first place by making it optional. My second concern is the number of people on quarantine. There's got to be close to 13,000 in quarantine. Why? There's where I think the changes need to be made. I'm not sure what the criteria for it is, just because somebody was in a room with maybe somebody tested positive. How many of those people will test positive? Are there any numbers on that? I'm looking and I'm trying my best to find it, but I can't. Okay? Thank you for giving me some time.
Thank you. Christina?
Hello. The World Health Organization, the CDC, and the American Academy of Pediatrics all recommend universal masking in areas with high transmission. Some feel that our community transmission is so high that masks aren't going to do anything to help. While we can't control what kids do outside the school system, it's not right for kids who have been careful to be exposed to unmasked, contagious kids in class. Last week, my elementary-age daughter sat in school surrounded by unmasked kids coughing and sniffling all around her. My daughter plays sports outside with a mask. She attends scouts outside with a mask. We don't go to indoor activities unless everybody wears a mask. The most risky thing my daughter's been doing in the past 18 months is attending a Brevard County public school. Young kids cannot get vaccinated. There are only so many things that we can do, and study after study shows that universal masking helps. We have no other choice at this point. She does not deserve to have her health and her family's health put at risk while she's trying to get an education. It's your duty as government to protect children that are in your custody.
Thank you. Next is Marie Lewis. After that, we have Aaron Dunn, Jerry Knert, and Mariah Thomas. Marie?
Thank you. I am the mother of a student at Quest Elementary School. I have family members and coworkers who have been hospitalized and died from COVID. I have 2 children too young to be vaccinated. I am not an infectious disease specialist. I don't pretend to be. But those who are have laid out evidence time and again that the best tool we have to keep schools open and limit spread is universal masking. I am also a military spouse. I love this country. I love our freedoms.
Stop.
I am not here to try to take freedom from anyone. What I am here for is to care for the person to my left and my right. My husband did that for 22 years in the Marine Corps. He would take a bullet for any of you. I am asking you to ask our families to put on a mask for my family. Wearing a mask helps protect our most vulnerable from disease and death. One more is too many.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
Aaron?
I stand before you today as a former Brevard Public Schools teacher, not only for myself, but for all of my former colleagues, family members, and friends who are currently in Brevard Public Schools, and for those who plan to speak but are currently quarantined because their COVID-positive children were infected in your schools over the last 2 weeks. School board members, in Florida Statute 1001.42, Section 8, Letter A, it states that school board members, as school board members, you must, and I quote, provide for proper attention to health, safety, and matters relating to the welfare of students. Dr. Mullins, Florida Statute 1001.49, Section 2, details that your duties include, and I quote, advise and counsel with the district school board on all educational matters and recommend to the district school board for actions such matters that should be acted upon. Judge Cooper's ruling on Friday states that DeSantis's order contradicts state law because it is not reasonable to expose children to illness when there are simple steps to take to make them safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Jerry? After Jerry, then Mariah, we have Brittany Henkin, Christy Shelley, and then Stephanie Branham. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Coonert, substitute teacher for Riviera Elementary. At the beginning of this year, I lost a teacher and a friend. One day after the teacher died, her mother passed away. I wear a mask But I wear a mask to protect you, to protect the student. They do very little to protect me. If you wear a mask, the students wear a mask, they're helping protect me and all the others around them. Doctors, nurses, surgical teams, they wear masks to protect you from being affected when you're in surgery. Imagine going to surgery and the doctors, nurses, and surgical team exercise their right of freedom not to wear a mask.
Thank you, Jerry.
Gloves.
Mariah?
Good morning. As a first-time mom of an 8-month-old, it might seem odd that I show up today because my child is not currently affected by this decision. I am here to speak on behalf of caring mothers and as a voice of the future. What we do now not only affects the children today, but those of tomorrow. In just 8 months of being a mother, I've learned the importance of creating a safe environment for my son. I know my son's everyday struggles and needs, and I strive to keep him out of harm. If policies are being put in place that take the right from parents to make choices for their children, ones that they believe are in their child's best interest, we as parents have failed to create environments of security and safety. In your efforts to mandate masking our children as a form of protection, you as a school board have created places of learning that teach an unconstitutional lifestyle that disrespects and violates our children's rights.
Thank you, Mariah. Brittany? Brittany Henkin?
Here we are again talking about whether you will require my child to wear a cloth over her mouth and nose for 7 hours a day. I'm here to tell you that you, nor anyone else in this room, has a right to make that choice. It's my responsibility. And the Parents' Bill of Rights protects my medical decisions for my child. And to think these children are wearing them properly and effectively is insane, let alone adults. My 5-year-old is learning how to read this year. How does she do that in a mask? She will not participate if she's muzzled. She will instead withdraw mentally and emotionally. Right now, she loves school, and I don't want to ever see her lose that. She attended pre-K this last year, maskless and without incident. This year, we do numerous extracurriculars, and again, maskless and without incident. Could it be, dare I say, her natural immune system doing its job? Keep masks optional in Brevard. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy? After Christy, we have Stephanie Branham, followed by Grace Keller, then Jessica Bellinger, and Austin Bell.
I am against a mask mandate for our students. I kept my children out of public school last year to avoid the COVID chaos. Because of the Parents' Bill of Rights and the removal of the mask mandate, I sent my children back to school this year. If a mask mandate is put in place, I may again have to pull my children. As a former Brevard public school teacher, I have studied early childhood development, and it is imperative that children see faces of their peers and teachers for proper development. Forcing our children to wear masks inhibits their ability to develop proper social and emotional reasoning, both immediately and long-term. This is not what is best for our students. If you've actually walked into schools, you would find that most students, teachers, and admin are not wearing masks, despite having the right and the freedom to wear them. If the majority of parents in our county wanted a mask mandate, their children would already be wearing masks. We must allow parents to choose what is best for their children. Do not force a medical device on our children because you feel uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie?
Hey, y'all. I just want to let you know we are political refugees from California. We fled the state to come to Florida to have freedom for ourselves and our children. Bullying our children into wearing masks is going against what we teach them. Why are we allowing adults who should be setting a good leadership example for our children to bully them into wearing these masks? I invite you to come to my home, feed and clothe my children, drive them to school, pick them up for their activities, since you all want to parent for me. No to forceful mask wearing. Yes, to allowing parents to see what is fit for their children to do. No one should be telling us how we should parent. It is our constitutional right. Let's not forget that. And a little side note, my daughter was quarantined this week, and guess what? She's not sick. So maybe we should revisit the validity of these quarantine numbers. A little food for thought.
Thank you. Grace Keller. And board members, just FYI, it's my plan after Austin Bell to take a brief recess, okay?
My name is Grace. I'm here to support optional masking. The first few weeks of school should have showed you what the will of the people you serve is, with the vast, overwhelming majority not wearing masks. That should tell you everything you need to know. Please understand that no one forgot it's a pandemic. No one forgot about COVID. No one forgot about the risks of being sick. Yet children and teachers choose breathing air and smiling faces over fear. I hope you all understand that you cannot deprive children or teachers of breathing air. It's a basic necessity. You cannot impose medical tyranny through forced masking and vaccination. Let the children breathe and let them show their beautiful faces. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica?
Roughly 385 of the 73 million children in the United States have died from COVID. This means that in the US, a child has a 0.00052% chance of dying from COVID. In Florida alone, the likelihood of a child dying is 0.001%. The numbers are proof that children statistically are not in need of protection by any overstep of authority from their school board. Mask mandates in school should be a non-issue. My question is, at what point does it end? Mask mandates on our children are just the beginning of a much larger overstep of power. This nonsense needs to end now. Mask mandates on kids are an abuse of power. It's out of sheer ignorance that one would ignore the science of how COVID affects children and still continue to entertain these baseless mask mandates in school. Mark my words, the government is waging a war against our children, and this disgusting attempt at overreach of power will absolutely not be tolerated by myself or the parents here today.
Thank you. Austin Bell?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good morning. I asked the fundamental question, do masks reduce transmission in kids? You've heard the data, and actually the data is very inconclusive at best at this time. We don't even know. In contrast, there are numerous studies highlighting the developmental, emotional, and medical risks of masking children. I respect the parents and the community members that feel masking their children is the right decision for them, because guess what? They're their children. Every one of us here who made the choice to be here today has done so for the same reason. We love and we wish to protect our children. Let us all come together on that fact. But the focus comes back to the debate over a mandate, that someone you know, that you know what's best for my children, that one size fits all. Anthony Fauci himself said, hopefully masks will be temporary and don't have any lasting negative consequences. Maybe masks help, and hopefully there's no long-term consequences. That's not good enough.
Thank you, sir. All right, board members, we're going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute recess, and then we will reconvene, okay? right, we are back in session. Our next three speakers are going to be Elise Strobel, Alyssa Bobbitt, and Nada Waldrop. Elise?
Hi, my name is Elise Strobel, and I'm here again to speak about the mask issue. We have already voted on this issue before school started, so parents could have an answer. Masks are unconstitutional, and everyone has the right to choose. School deans can no longer evaluate classrooms and do their jobs because they're too busy having to deal with the ridiculous quarantines. Masks don't protect anyone, and I have the right to breathe. If you guys really cared about us, you guys would tour the schools and see how it has affected us both mentally and physically in so many ways. What is a piece of cloth going to do when millions of particles of the virus can fit through one hole? I believe in my immune system and staying healthy naturally. I take vitamins and get vitamin D from the sun. I will continue to fight and not comply. House Bill 241 is the law. Thank you.
Thanks, Elise. Alyssa?
I'm Alyssa Bobbitt, and I'm here to speak again. This is a flu. Let me say that again. This is a flu. Why are we here again when we already voted for masks to be optional? This is unconstitutional for us to be wearing a piece of cloth that doesn't do anything to us. When we were in school last year, wearing a mask, I was more focused on breathing than learning. There were kids passing out just from wearing one. That is not healthy at all, and these people really think that wearing a mask is healthy, but it's not. If people want to wear a mask, they can, but I choose not to. So why can't we just make this mask thing optional? Stop bringing these meetings back when we already voted optional. If they make the mask mandate where we have to wear a mask, I will not be attending school and be doing FLVS because I cannot breathe. This is against the law. Stop quarantining healthy students. It is taking away our education. Stop taking away our education. Thank you.
Thanks, Alyssa. Nada, and then after that we have Barbara Schoolfeld, June Townsend, and then Lisa Roja.
Morning. I'm here today on behalf of all the parents who are struggling with this ongoing debate. Mask mandates have proven ineffective. In Germany, my home country, they implemented a law that you are only allowed to wear N95 masks nationwide. Even then, it has proven ineffective. But it's obvious that we are not here to discuss true science. So instead, if it comes down to a matter of standing up for the truth and our liberties, to all of you parents, you are not alone and you have our support. We know that this is only the beginning and we have to make a stand now. My husband is a pastor of a local church and we are going to open up our church facilities to accommodate any of your kids that would like to study in a mask-free environment or offer other support. Parents, it's time to unite and stand up for the truth. Please consider the long-term repercussions of allowing your kids to be forced to wear a mask all day. People, it's force. What are we teaching our children? Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Schoolfield.
I'm Lynn Schoolfield, or Barbara. I go by Lynn. You all have heard so much. It's against the law what you're trying to do. Masks don't work, and that's a fact. All you have to do is look at the Israeli study and see when they took masks off, COVID went down. When they went up, it skyrocketed. End of question. But the bottom line is, what I'm here to say, it's parents' rights. It's parents' rights that you're taking away by doing this. You are not in charge of the parents. The parents are in charge of their children. You're not in charge of the children. It is a matter of choice. It's my body. It's your body. If you want to wear a mask and breathe in carbon dioxide at extremely dangerous levels, your choice. But it should be your choice. It's my choice to breathe freely.
Thank you. June Townsend. After June, we have Lisa, then Michelle McCarthy, and then Alicia Smith.
Good morning. My name is June Townsend. I'm here to support all the parents who have the God-given right and duty to direct their child's education and their physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. I am encouraging the parents to withdraw your child from the public school system and consider alternative schooling, such as home education, No one is better fit to raise your child as you are. Send the school board a message that you are in control of your child and that you have the power to reduce their funding. Remind them that they are elected to serve you. There's an abundance of resources and support in our community to help you home educate. All you need is the will to be willing. The rewards far outweigh the work and struggles and sacrifices you make. You can never go wrong in investing in your child. You will reap freedom and blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Hello, I'm Lisa Rohax, and I'm here today to stand up for the rights of American citizens. A mask is a medical device, and as such, it cannot be mandated that an American citizen wear a medical device that has variety of risks. Risks like psychological, pneumonia, skin issues. Anytime there is a risk to a device, medical procedure, medication, there must be a choice. So if parents choose to have their child masked, it's their choice, although personally I believe it is child abuse. The mask does not even begin to slow down the virus. It doesn't protect you or others. Rather, it is a psychological tool for control. It has such negative psychological consequences that a child psychiatrists are seeing an uptick of many children coming in for psychological issues. Look up Galatians chapter 5.
Thank you. Michelle McCarthy. After Michelle, we have Alicia Smith, Jennifer Thayer, and then Dana Richardson.
Good morning. Board, per the Florida Parents' Bill of Rights that was passed through the House and the Senate this spring and then signed into law by Governor DeSantis, you have no authority to mandate masks. Parents, I have spent hours at meetings such as this battling the system, but the system is accomplishing what it was created to do: separate you from your children, gain authority over you, and indoctrinate them. I have seen the message: we do not co-parent with the government. But even if you win this mask battle, you are co-parenting. The masks are just the tip of the iceberg. If you want true liberty for you and your children, homeschool them. 11 years ago, we pulled our children out of school, and 2 have since graduated. Last year, you experienced what I would call crisis schooling. Spending 8 hours a day in front of a computer with little to no socialization is not homeschooling. Homeschooling is easy in Florida, and myself and others are happy to help you have the complete authority and freedom over your families. It's worth the sacrifice.
Thank you. Alicia Smith.
As a veteran who fought for the freedom of this country, I'm here to continue to fight for freedom, this time for freedom for our children's medical right. As parents, God gave us the responsibility to take care of our children and advocate for them. I'm here today to be a voice for my children and every other child who wants the right to breathe freely every day, the right to their medical freedom, the right not to have a device preventing them from getting the oxygen they need for their brains to think clearly, the right to choose. I ask you to consider our children's future. We have no idea the long-term effects of mask usage on their physical and mental health. Are we willing to take the risk of permanent damage to the future of this country over a virus with virtually 100% survival rate in children? Parents, if this mask mandate is passed and you are not willing to sacrifice your child's future, you have a choice. You can bring your child home and educate them in an environment where they will breathe and think freely. I am willing to provide resources and support to anyone who chooses to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Thayer.
Good morning. Thank you for granting another hearing from the community and parents from whom you serve. It is apparent that you as a board are struggling to stand by a decision regarding a mask mandate for the children in the public school. That's understandable. Emotions are running high. But this need not be such an emotional decision. If you maintain your role for which you were elected, you can take the emotions out of it. You were not elected to be my children's parent nor their healthcare professional. You should not and do not have the authority. You don't have the authority to force my child to wear a medical device. This board should be grateful you have a choice, something that is not an option for many other school boards across the nation. I come from such a state, as did one of your other speakers. You need to give us a choice. You have a choice with your children, and we need a choice as well.
Thanks. Dana Richardson. After Dana, we have Kaylina O'Connor, Lexi Delaney, and then Katie Delaney.
I have a third grader and kindergartner at Manatee Elementary. My third grader had significant anxiety the first 2 weeks of school, so much so that he missed 2.5 days due to anxiety-induced stomach aches. He was injured last Thursday and went to urgent care for x-rays, where he wore a mask. During the brief time we were there, he complained repeatedly that he could not breathe. Forcing my anxiety-prone 6-year-old, or any child for that matter, to wear a mask that inhibits proper breathing is cruel and unacceptable. We must consider the complete well-being of our children, including social, emotional, and physical health. A mandatory mask mandate not only violates parental Bill of Rights, it also disregards the well-being of children who cannot wear a mask for extended periods of time, such as my son. Please consider the health and safety of all children and keep masks voluntary in schools. Remember that a truly healthy society is one that empowers individuals with freedom and choice.
Thank you. Kaylina O'Connor.
Hello, my name is Kaylina. I am the mother of 3 children attending elementary school here in Brevard County. Today I'm here to oppose the mandating of masks in schools and to share an incident that occurred last year under a mask mandate. This past April, I dropped my daughter, who is 9, off in the car loop. A teacher who was at the school's front gate yelled at her for not having a mask. She respectfully told him she was going to the office to get one. He then proceeded to follow her into the office and then followed her closely to the cafeteria, where he sat down next to her, stared at her. When another teacher who witnessed this intervened, he left the cafeteria, where he waited outside for my daughter to leave and then followed her to her classroom, rummaged through her desk, and yelled at her in front of her class to the point where she was in tears. He is still employed as an activity teacher. Apparently, bullying, harassment, and intimidation of students is not taken seriously by Brevard County schools. My daughter has suffered emotionally and mentally because of horrific behavior over a mask. I hope you guys keep it optional.
Yeah. Lexi Delaney, and then after Lexi, we have Katie Delaney, Susan Richards, and then Ryan. And Mike. Lexi.
Civics, I learned that if I want things to change, I need to go to and speak up at civic meetings. Which brings me to my point that masks do not slow the spread of COVID. Masks are distracting and are hard to breathe in. I will not wear a mask in school. You are abusing your power. Masks are full of germs and bacteria. When people touch their masks or set their masks down, the germs spread. Last year, I got bullied from teachers and students because I could not breathe and I could not focus. So not only could I not breathe, but I also had to deal with being a target for bullies. This is not your right to impose this mandate. Medical decisions are up to my parent. Again, I will not wear a mask at school. You are abusing your power.
Thanks, Lexi. Katie?
That was my awesome daughter, by the way. I will not mask my children. If you vote to impose a mask mandate, you are violating the law. HB 241. I know you all know it by now. That states parents are in charge of their minor children's medical decisions, not you all. I sent all of you data from Stephen Petty. He is not a doctor. He is a mask expert who trains doctors. He said he is one of the leading mask experts in our country. And he said that masks, even N95 masks, do not stop the spread of COVID. This is a mask expert, the person who is training doctors. I will not comply. My children will not go to school with a mask on. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Richards.
My name is Susan Richards. I have a daughter at Vieira High School, and I just wanted to talk about masks like everybody else. I went to a store recently and took pictures of the mask packages. The little paper ones that a lot of the kids wear to school so they can breathe a little better. Listen to this. Made in China. Warning. Cancer and reproductive harm. Next one. This is not a medical grade mask and is not intended as a replacement for medical grade personal protective equipment or other recommendations to stop the spread of COVID. A little known study that was buried, I emailed it before the last vote, from the CDC, September 20th, 2020, sorry. Anyway, they did a survey of COVID patients. Want to know what happened? 70.6% of those people said they always wore a mask.
Ryan?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a Florida native that spent the first 21 years of my life in the Sunshine State and then spent another 21 years as an active duty Army officer protecting my fellow American civil liberties. I understand what it means to fight for what you believe in. That's why I'm here today. I oppose the mask mandate. My wife and I chose to raise our 3 kids in the Brevard Public Schools in District 3 and love our state and community because it is one of the few locations that allow for personal freedoms to raise my family as we see fit. Masks don't work, quarantine protocols do more harm than good, and children are suffering from the distractions of the COVID-related activities. The CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics data currently states the mortality rate is somewhere near 0.0001 and 0.03%. That's not even in the top 10. What are we afraid of? I support a parent's right to manage their kids' education and the environment in which it is provided. Please do not New York or California my Florida.
Michael Stone, and after Michael, we have Krista Lukens, Julia Anton, Aaron Davison.
Hello, my name is Michael Stone. I'm a Memite, and it's hard to follow an act like that. But I'd like to know who was the swing vote to call this meeting today? It's been 3-2. I know you want to answer. Who was sitting with the Secretary of Agricultural Fried? Is that her name? Fried? I'm all burnt out over this stuff. But Governor DeSantis, who happens to be running against Governor DeSantis, who summarily jumped up and texted out to the members of the school board here, as recounted in a newspaper article. Yep. So what I'd like to ask is, if you, as a school board today, pass the mask mandate and override the will of the people, will you be as quick to call another meeting when this judge's judgment is overturned on appeal? Will you call us back for another? Is this going to go on and on?
Thanks, Michael. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Krista Lukens? Krista Lukens?
Hi, my name is Krista Lukens. Hello? Okay. Hi, I'm Krista Lukens. It's okay. I don't have a whole lot to say other than there's one thing that is very apparent when I hear most of the people with masks speaking, and it's the amount of fear that drives them. And I want you all to understand something, that your fear does not trump my rights. And as a parent, it is my job to protect my student, to seek medical care when he needs it, not yours or anybody else's. He will not wear a mask ever again to school. He will be pulled from your school district if you mandate a mask. We are tired, we are fed up, and we are not taking it anymore. Our voices will be heard. The silent majority is done being silent. You guys will lose your jobs if you don't listen to us.
Thank you. Audience members, I'm going to say it one more time. As I'm calling people's names, they can't hear me because of the noise that you're making. So if you would like to remain in the boardroom, please stop so we can get through the speakers and get to the business of the day. Okay? Julia Anton. After Julia, we have Aaron Davison, Michelle Martin, and then Greg H. Julia?
Me. It's all about me. When a parent is deciding what's best for his child, that parent doesn't get to decide to put the child behind the wheel of a Mack truck, put the gas down on full bore, and send that Mack truck barreling down the highway to kill people. When a parent is deciding what's best for
Ma'am,
his
if you could
kid.
make sure you're talking into the mic for me, okay?
I'm sorry?
Make sure you're talking into the mic and directed toward us.
When a parent is making decisions for his kids, he doesn't get to decide to build a weenie roast in front of the gas pumps at the local Chevron station. There are limits in the decisions, what you can decide and whom you can hurt.
Ma'am, keep it focused
Your
this way.
decisions that affect other people are not limitless. School board, it's your job to provide a safe workplace that meets OSHA standards. School board, it's your job to provide safe schools. School board, it is your job to not be intimidated by loud chants, mean threats.
Thank you. We
Do your
appreciate you
job.
joining us today. Erin Davison.
Marion Davison from District 3. During the discussion last week, you kindly read us the DOH's Emergency Rule 64 DER 21-12. You stated you were bound by this policy. Section 1D reads, students may wear masks or facial coverings. However, the school must allow for a parent or legal guardian to opt the student to opt out. The DOH rule has not changed since our last meeting. Your proposed masking policy is not in compliance with the DOH or DOE, as you do not allow for parental opt-out. I trust you will continue to abide by the emergency rulings. You also made it abundantly clear that our school administrators are overwhelmed with quarantining and can't do their jobs. Why would you add policing face masks to their job? You can't make up a new policy based off of a judge's ruling that is not in effect. He hasn't even signed the order. Remember, your standards have not changed since your initial decision. Keep mask optional.
Thank you. Michelle Martin. After Michelle, we have Greg H., Todd Adams, and then Christina Foreman. Michelle?
Good morning. I'm from District 3 and against a mask mandate. Voting for a mask mandate will no doubt be illegal, as at the time of this writing, no formal written ruling had been signed by the judge. However, Governor DeSantis just announced a few moments ago that he is appealing and it has a good chance of being overturned. I implore you to vote no to a mask mandate. Our children have been through enough environmental-induced trauma, and we certainly don't need to further that with back and forth inconsistent policies sending mixed messages to our children. Additionally, if a mask mandate is instituted, you're required in accordance with DOH 64 DER 21-12 to provide parents with a non-medical opt-out. You expect our children to follow policies, rules, and laws, yet here you are trying to mandate one that is illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg H.
You guys know we're the grown-ups, right? What kind of example are we setting with impassioned, emotionally unstable political rants in hopes of getting 3 minutes of viral fame on TikTok? You think my decision to send my child to school without covering his face holes based on statistical analysis of 2 years worth of data regarding biological responses, pulmonary damage caused by masks, or the permanent neurological damage caused by inciting fear in kids will suddenly change because some mentally ill woman yelled at a child outside this meeting this morning saying her mother doesn't love her because she doesn't force her to wear a mask? No. I'm a rational grown man who won't acquiesce to the political rantings of a small but very loud minority of wokesters who use the word science a lot but apply none in their over-emotional tirades. Let's be adults and teach children to be reasonable, critical thinkers. If we care about our kids, let's start with the cafeteria and the gym rather than covering their airways. Obesity is the single greatest factor determining the severity of all illnesses. Let's get back to why we're here, educating our kids. I love our teachers and don't want to pull my child out of school, but I won't comply with a mask mandate. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Todd Adams. After Todd, we have Christina Foreman, Dominique Nichols, and Laura Jean Daly. Todd?
Yes, I'm Todd Adams. I'm a proud husband and father of 2 kids in the elementary school. Air Force veteran, Christian, proud business owner in here. I was forced to shut down for no reason whatsoever. Now I'm forcing my kids to wear a mask. This is ridiculous. You know, I'm obviously standing against this. It's a political mask mandate. I would like to know, are you getting a paycheck to vote the way you do? Let's look into that. For any of you BPS reps who are in support of this mask, does your underwear stop flatulence? This isn't to be funny. It's the same as this mask not stopping the COVID virus. On March 8th of this year, the CDC reported that mask mandates contribute to less than 2% decrease in COVID cases growth after 100 days. Concerned independent parents in Florida sent their masks to the University of Florida's lab. There was 21 different pathogenic bacteria on that mask, including strep throat.
Thank you. We
Legionnaires-
appreciate you joining us this morning. Christina Foreman. Christina Foreman. Going once, going twice. All right, Dominique Nichols.
I have two daughters. I have an 8th grader and a 5th
Hold
grader.
on one second. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have two daughters, an 8th grade and a 5th grader. Last year, they wore their masks. They complied. They did everything they could. My 5th grader was in 4th grade. She had sores break out around her mouth. Right under her nose. It was very painful, and it made her very embarrassed and upset. There's no need for it. They both wear glasses. Their glasses would fog up during the day. They can't see. For what? They're pissed. They're very angry that they're going through all of this, and there's not a reason. The science changes, or people say the science changes every day, and here they are. They can't see the board. They can't participate. They have to scream in order to be heard, and they've had enough. They've asked to be pulled out of school and go to a private school or be homeschooled because they can't do it anymore. They want to be there with the school, but they can't.
Thank you. All right, next we have Laura Jean Daly. After that, we have Matthew Dolly, Ashton Galzinis, and then Julie O'Neill. Laura Jean.
Hi, my name is Laura Jean Daly, and my kids go to Surfside Elementary School, and I'm here to advocate against the mask mandate. According to the New York Magazine, the decision to mask students carries with it potential academic and social harms for children and may lack clear benefit. According to Lloyd Fisher, who is the president of the Massachusetts chapter of American Academy of Pediatrics, he said, "It is important for children to see facial expressions of their peers and the adults around them in order to learn social cues and understand how to read emotions." There was a study done by 11 doctors, 3,000 masked and 3,000 unmasked. The difference of the infection rate was 0.03%. We all know that the cloth masks that kids wear to schools do not work. Possibly the N95 masks work, but kids are not going to wear those. Finally, the school board is not responsible for our personal health care decisions. It is our job, it is our right, not yours. So please stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Dolly.
Hello, having me again. Couple things I need to say. I have not seen on the news a refrigerator truck full of deceased pediatrics in Central Florida anywhere. And then also, has anybody that worked in a hospital pre-COVID knows intensive care units have always been at max capacity. Hospitals get compensated when their ICUs are full. So stop clubbering us with that, please. And you know what? I'm not even going to argue anymore about pro or con or whatever. This comes down to a basic fact, and the fact is nobody has the right to mandate a medical device on myself or my family because you have to have what we call consent. Every person in here is medically trained, knows you cannot touch a patient unless they give you consent. All right? My family is not consenting to a mask mandate. You can mandate all you want. We're not wearing it. Good luck.
Thank you. Ashton. And then after Ashton, we have Julie O'Neill, Joel Tooley, and then Carly Smith.
Hi, my name is Ashton Galzinis, and I've spoken many times at these meetings. It's nice that many parents here have the privilege to pull their kids from BPS because things are not going their way, but that's not a reality for many families in our district. Refusing to mandate masks, putting children whose parents work full-time and don't have any other option or position to send their kids to school with the simplest protection. My kids 6 and 9 wear masks properly because we've talked about the reasons we wear them. We wear them to protect my mother, who teaches kindergarten in BPS with colon cancer, for their cousin who's in BPS with a compromised immune system, and for other family and friends who cannot be vaccinated. Religious and political views do not belong here. This is about our community and our kids, that our kids leave and go into daily. look at the dashboard, look at your staff shortages, realize that you don't have the capacity to keep going the way that you're going.
Thank you. Julie O'Neill.
You know what? Let's get rid of this woman here.
Who is it that's making noise on that side? Do you know?
What else here?
I'm a parent at Melbourne High School. I am here to ask you to vote yes for a mask mandate with a medical opt-out only. Our children, teachers, and community need you to step up. Stop pretending that our students and staff being sick is none of your concern. It is your job to provide a safe learning and working environment for students and staff. There are 2 petitions circulating right now. The one in favor of mask mandates has over 4,200 signatures. The one in opposition has just over 1,900 signatures. The numbers speak for themselves. More parents want mask mandates. According to the COVID dashboard, we have over 3,000 positive cases this year in less than a month of school. In the most recent 3-day period reported, there were 784 positive cases. Compared to last year at this time, there were 30 cases throughout all the schools. The numbers speak for themselves. Do your job, protect our students and staff, and mandate masks. I do have a copy of the petition. Where can I give this to?
You can give it to just leave it there on the table and we'll get it. Did we locate the phone that was making noise? Has that been resolved? All right. Joel Tooley.
I come in support of universal mask wearing as a parent and as a pastor of students at Sable Elementary, University Park Elementary, Central, Hoover, and Stone Middle Schools, Melbourne High School, Palm Bay Magnet High School, Meadow Lane, Edgewood, and Indiana. I also support parents who choose to pull their kids out of BPS due to universal mask wearing. That's a great use of their parental rights, and I will certainly help reduce the spread of COVID. I caution non-experts who misuse science as a pastor. I also caution people who misuse scriptures. Someone used the scripture from 2 Timothy 1:7, for God did not give us a spirit of fear, timidity, or cowardice, but rather a spirit of power and of love and of self-discipline. While humans tend to be motivated by fear today, I sincerely pray for each one of you, and I urge you to use your power to govern by love for those who are most vulnerable in our community.
Thanks, Joel. Carly Smith, and then after Carly Smith, we have Gerard Graff, Harry Hart, and Emily Lankersdorfer. Give me 1 second, Carly. Sorry. Go right ahead.
I have 2 children at Surfside Elementary, and I just want to, we were here 20 days ago talking about this exact same thing, and really nothing has changed. The DOH hasn't changed, the Department of Education hasn't changed. There's a judge ruling that hasn't been signed into law. I know that that's been said, but I believe it was used by one of you, the seesaw that's going on with our children's emotions is unacceptable. And as a mother who, God gave me these 2 little boys to protect their hearts and their minds, and this is confusing for them to go back and forth. So I'm just advocating that you guys would please just take a beat and let's see where this ends up, because children are not dying. I don't use words like so many people are sick and so many this. You know, there's facts that have been stated here by our side, and they're legitimate facts, and our children are not wanting to wear these masks. If you're in the schools, you'll see that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerard Graff.
How's everyone doing today? I'm just a father of 4 young, under 5-year-old kids. Picked up my family, moved from New Jersey to Florida in July. Moved to Merritt Island, thought it was a great district, did a lot of research on Brevard public schools, and we're very excited about being here. Some of the observations from New Jersey was that when my daughter went to school, she had a wet mask all the time. Her speech was very delayed, and now we've noticed in the last 2 weeks, by seeing the mouth and the movements, seeing that the speech is cleared up. I don't envy your position. It's a tough job that you guys have today, no question, but I do envy your power in making this decision. 5 people decide the fate of 73,524 students. Why not let those students and families make their decisions that they deem appropriate? I hope you guys
Thank
allow
you.
everyone to make a choice. Thank you.
Terry?
Hi, thank you. My name is Terry Hart. Boy, being the 92nd speaker or 96th speaker, pretty much everything has been said already. So I'm not going to go into statistics or arguments because everything's been said. And we kind of know where you guys stand. 2 of you are for it, 2 of you are against it, one's teetering. So to the one who is kind of going back and forth, I will just plead with you. The governor can't threaten you anymore. He's shut down. Please don't, so put that aside. Please keep our kids safe. Keep our community safe. We don't want our kids in quarantine. Quarantines will go way down once masks are on because the virus will stop spreading. Please, please, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, and then after Emily, we have Dakota Farr, Jennifer Linderman, and Mary Hilberg.
Hello. So I, like a lot of parents, don't start off child rearing knowing everything. And so when I found out I was pregnant with my little daughter, I immediately began reading a lot of psychology books and child rearing books. And ones that stood out to me the most was positive discipline books. I really loved them. And when restrictions started coming on with the masks, we masked up. We wanted to do the right thing and protect others. And then it just sort of continued on, and there was no end in sight. And then I started wondering at the psychological effects on my child. And each time I go and refer back to these books, I can't help but think how wrong it is to force kids to wear a mask for several hours a day. We're losing far more lessons on how they should interact socially, the smiles, the laughs, how to see their teacher react when a hard situation comes up, how to stay calm, what we're doing here, how we interact in a civil society, even when we disagree. So please choose to keep masks optional.
Thank you. Dakota?
Service. Good afternoon. My name is Dakota, and I have a 2nd grader in this district. We moved from Georgia after researching the best schools in Florida, and Brevard was one of them. Well, now, me and my husband have agreed to remove our daughter from this district that we chose because you have continued down this path. We addressed this issue once, many times, and the people spoke, and you didn't listen, or else we wouldn't be here today. I think you all need to be removed, and new members need to be in your seat. You have failed the constituents and defied our governor, and if you haven't seen what's going on in France, Australia, Germany, look into it, because you guys are putting us on a slippery slope to communism, and we won't allow it. We won't allow you to abuse our kids. We won't cover their faces, and you guys should be ashamed of yourselves for not listening to your constituents. Look at these people. They've spoken more than once. Now it's time to listen to us, or get up and let somebody sit down who will. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jennifer Linderman. After Jennifer, we have Mary Hilberg, Dina Lindhorst, Heather Schmidt, and Jessica Lapina. Next, we have Jennifer Linderman, followed by Mary Hilberg, Dina Lindhorst, Heather Schmidt, and then Jessica Lapina. Jennifer.
I am a proud parent of a 5-year-old kindergartner at Audubon Elementary on Merritt Island. I'm representing him today, but I'm also representing a teacher, a high school teacher here in Brevard County, who is working with her students and couldn't be here today. She says, "Good morning, I'm a high school teacher who is asking you to stay away from a mandatory mask mandate for our children. I do understand how real COVID is. I do understand how important it is to keep everyone safe. But it is also very important to let the families decide if wearing a mask is best for their children. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and for many, being forced to wear a mask does serious mental damage. Not only did my own son suffer greatly from being forced to wear a mask, but so did my own students. Anxiety and depression were very common. Many students' grades also dropped because of the anxiousness about going to school and having to keep the mask on.
One of my own sons was even threatened with detentions for not wearing his mask when he was just taking a sip of water, and he was even told if he needed a mask break, he could take it to the bathroom. Saw firsthand how much high schoolers did not wear their masks properly.
Thanks, Jennifer. Mary Hilberg.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Hilberg. I'm a 30-year critical care nurse in ICUs. I'm also a Brevard native, and I've lived here all my life. Public health and public safety are interconnected. You can't really separate them. It's your responsibility to do both in our public school systems. We appreciate all the hard work you've done, but in this instance, masks are best option that you would have, and the data that has been presented to you is not all of it is correct, I could say. So please follow the mask mandates and allow parents to opt out with the doctor's excuse. That would be fair. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Gina?
Good morning. I am very concerned about our community. The public health and public education are simply interdependent. Physical safety in schools includes being safely and reasonably protected from a known highly contagious disease. The virus doesn't care if you're stupid or smart or ugly or pretty or loud or soft-spoken. It doesn't care about desktops or counters. It wants to get from one nose into another nose. That's what it does. Since it is not currently possible for advanced ventilation systems immediately and physical spaces do not allow distancing, there is an obvious and a cost-effective mitigation strategy available. A simple, proper mask over the nose and mouth for each person in the buildings where children are present would protect our children as much as possible. All children need to be safe in every way while being educated in our public schools. Our area's current situation remains unstable and worse now than last school year. We are in an extremely high danger of infection.
Thank you. Heather Schmidt?
Hi, I'm here because we need masks in schools. A little bit of common sense, and a majority of public health officials across our world right now are telling us that masks do work, including the most recent UCF study that just came out. We can't have liberty and choices and freedom if we're in the hospitals trying to fight this because we're not willing to do the basics here to look out for one another. I'm an essential worker. I've been wearing a mask from day one, showing up with doctors who do the same because they do protect us. I'm also a licensed mental health provider, and I can stand here assuring you that any symptoms of anxiety and depression that are being reported specifically due to masks is learned behavior. It's taught in the home. My second grader proudly every single day goes to Sea Park and wears his mask because that's what his parents tell him, that we follow science and experts in our home. And I'm standing here asking you to do the same because my son doesn't mind it. And clearly the guidelines aren't working right now. We need rules. It's time to mandate masks. Do the right thing.
Thank you. All right, Jessica LaPatina, and then we have Lori Williams, Scott Seville, and Casey Taxa.
Hello, my name is Jessica LaPatina. As far back as September of 2020, Nature.com scientific reports the efficacy of masks concluded surgical masks or N95 only reduced particles emitted. Efficacy of cloth and paper masks not as clear. Per CDC, currently, Delta is 2 times as contagious. People infected with Delta, including fully vaccinated, can transmit and have similar amounts of viral genetic material. Then, Pfizer CEO says a vaccine-resistant variant is likely to emerge. But most important, per CDC, portable HEPA air cleaners reduce exposure. Mandate that. ASAP in every classroom. Not all masks work.
Thank you. Lori Williams.
My name is Lori Williams. I'm a Satellite Beach resident.
I'm here to remind the board members that continue to push for mask mandates that you were elected to ensure that taxpayers' voices were heard, not to pursue your own personal and political agendas. Stop your selfishness and fear-mongering and consider the psychological, social, and health consequences of masking our children 8 hours a day. Your continued attempt to override your role and take away parents' rights is immoral, irresponsible, and unconstitutional. And for the board members who pursue this mask mandate, who continue touching their face and everything filthy around them, you are not setting a good example.
My patience is waning. I've asked multiple times for the audience to be respectful, to not interrupt the process, to not respond to the speakers. I have watched you all literally laugh at people who are crying at the podium. And whether I agree with you or they agree with you or you agree with them doesn't matter to me at all. But we will have a respectful environment in this boardroom, or we will have an empty boardroom. So this is it. If I have to address it one more time, I'm reading the official statement from the Sheriff's Department, and you all will be escorted outside. Okay? Scott Siebel, I apologize, thank you.
Close enough. Thank you very much. I sit here today thinking about how many people have to die. Is 1 too many, or is 100 too many, or is 1,000 too many? How many people have to be sick the rest of their lives? I don't make the best decisions. I can tell you that I walked into a bank last year, and I was coughing, and I thought it was acid reflux. It was COVID. I could have killed somebody that day. My sister, in April of last year, walked into a butcher shop, and somebody coughed, and 4 days later, she was dead. This is not just about kids. This is about kids taking this disease and passing it on to parents, and parents passing it on to grandparents. And if you don't realize that there's a pandemic going on and there's problems, I don't know who can help you.
Thank you, Scott. Casey Taxa. After Casey, we have Wyatt Stumbo, Skip Parrish, and then Lindsay Blair.
Good morning. My name is Casey Taxa. I too live in District 3. Thank you, Jennifer. In 1922, the Supreme Court ruled that a school could deny admission to children who failed to provide a certificate of vaccination for the good of public health. School boards around our country have been making decisions for the good of public health ever since. According to Friday's dashboard, we are almost to the number of positive cases that our school district had for the entirety of the 2020-2021 school year. I am sure that tomorrow's dashboard is going to show that we've exceeded it. This is not sustainable. I have 3 kids in secondary school seeing 21 teachers a day. Teachers are out, classes are combined. It's not good for the teachers, it is not good for the kids. It is time that we mandate masks, stop the unmitigated spread, and start getting our schools healthy enough to learn again.
Thank you, Casey. We appreciate you. Wyatt?
Hello, I'm board. Just father of 2 kids, and I believe kids should be kids. They should be playing. They shouldn't be worried about the politics. You know, coming to this meeting last night, and we were praying at home, and my kids were asking me, you know, what's our prayers, going back and forth. I said, there's a meeting tomorrow. And they said, well, what's it about? I said, you know, it's not anything you should be concerned of. You know, those shouldn't be our kids' concerns. The politics getting pushed into the school shouldn't be their concerns. And the masks that don't, I mean, all the data, whatever, we know if you look at the deaths over the amount of age population, 5 to 14, it is almost 0. And every life does matter. But to make these changes to them, to make them have to worry about things, that shouldn't be their concern. It shouldn't be in the school. So my ask is that as you think about your decision, you sit back and you pray and you ask God to give you insight onto what the real decision should be for our entire county, because that's the impact you have.
Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you.
Skip Parrish. After Skip, we have Lindsay Blair, Molly Martyr, and Kimberly Crawford, and then Scott LaBouffe. Skip.
Hi, so I'm hearing a lot about how unconstitutional any kind of a mask mandate is. I would ask that anybody that says that actually research the time of our founding fathers, wherein in the 1790s, when our capital was still in Philadelphia because Washington, D.C. was not yet built, there were quarantine and mitigations for a yellow fever outbreak. Additionally, I'm hearing things talking about how this is a fall to communism if we allow masks. As someone who is the son of 2 war veterans, who spent 4 years of my life inside West Berlin during the Cold War, that is ridiculous. This is about safety, this is about health, this is about protecting our children, our teachers, our staff, and the community. Please allow for masks.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent both my children and their staff that interact with her each day. My child has multiple teachers, multiple staff members that assist her on a day-to-day basis. Now isn't the time for hyperbole. Now isn't the time for what ifs, for let's get more data, let's do this, let's wait on each thing. I applaud Mr. Susan for more testing. I feel we need a multi-pronged approach that begins with masks, that begins with testing, that begins with keeping everyone safe. The sword of Damocles is gone. The ruling has been issued. Now is the time for you to do what you think is right. Everyone else in here is. We all stood through the heat, and I applaud you for sitting there and listening to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly?
Hello, my name is Molly Martyr. My son attends Cape View. Last year he was at Audubon. We love it here at Brevard. I'm a former special ed teacher, and I think that I can find some common ground here. I mean, we all want our students and our teachers in school, and we also don't want to wear masks. Nobody wants to wear a mask. However, things did change in Brevard County. We have a very high transmission rate right now. We can't ignore the data. The evidence is undeniable. We have lots and lots and lots of doctors, epidemiologists, and others. And I'll leave this and email it to you all, the evidence based. And based on data, what we are finding is that for those that are not able to get a vaccine, there's only 3 things we can do that will really reduce transmission.
Thank you, Molly. Kimberly?
Social distancing and ventilation is what she would like to say. So I want to just share that with you. My name is Kim. I didn't move here from New Jersey or California or Georgia. My husband and I were born and raised here, Edgewood, Jefferson, Merritt Island High. I'm an attorney. He's an engineer. We have 3 children in Brevard Public Schools. I believe that you can see through the cherry-picked science that's being presented here. I mean, this is an educational board, right? I mean, it blows my mind what I see here. I'm not going to tell you about the Texas Tech study. You can find it in the last week, the UCF study in the last week. JAMA just retracted the study on the carbon dioxide buildup in masks. It's there. So don't rely on the outdated and cherry-picked science. Don't rely on the selfishness. These children are going to be so selfish. Me, me, me. I agree with that woman. This is about protecting others. The teachers that are in the ICU.
Thank you. All right, next we have Scott LaBouffe, followed by Angela Wilkerson, Chris Bird, and Jade Zalewski. Scott? I'm guessing we don't have Scott. Oh, no worries.
All right, I'm going to make this quick. I know
Hold
I
on,
only have
give
a
me
minute.
just 1 second, Scott.
As a parent, I had to make decisions about what I'm willing to risk with my children, what risks I expose them to. Just want to throw a few numbers out at you. In 2018, the Department of Transportation basically made some statistics. They said that 1,554 children drowned in 2018. I'm not making, just trying to give you guys something to compare to. 1,038 children died in motor vehicle collisions. That doesn't stop me from driving my children or letting them swim. So I'm willing to make the decisions about the wealth or the health and well-being of my children. 2020, 74,868 children were aborted in the state of Florida. Where's everybody's outrage? So as a parent, we have the right to decide what's best for our children. Just so you have something to compare that to, the CDC national numbers, the second and third week of July, the numbers peaked for positive cases for COVID-19. They were...
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate you. Angela Wilkerson. Hold on 1 second. I don't think.
Hello?
Can you guys?
Hello?
Yeah, just
Am I
closer.
on? I'm a parent of elementary, middle school, and high school students in the district. My background is in counseling and school psychology, and I've taught human growth and development at the college level. I'm concerned about critical periods of language development that come to a close in early childhood. Mass children cannot see the mouths of their peers and teachers, which may hamper language development and delay identification of speech and language delays. I'm concerned that up to 93% of communication is nonverbal, to include facial expression and paralinguistic skills such as voice tone and loudness. I believe masks hamper the development of nonverbal communication skills. I am concerned that children in masks are unable to social reference, which is when children use facial expressions of adults to learn if things in this world are safe, dangerous, happy, or sad. I believe this contributes to delayed development, an unpredictable world, and childhood anxiety. What happens when millions of children are unable to participate in normal social, emotional, and language development activities? We cannot remotely understand the long-term developmental
Thanks, Angela.
ramifications.
We appreciate you. Chris Bird.
Chris Bird, District 3, Satellite High parent. First, I am tired of seeing our dashboard numbers politicized. There are multiple variables from last year. Not only is it masks, it's also the Delta variant, more kids in school, no block scheduling. Stop focusing on just masks and making it politics only. By removing a medical decision from the individual, public health officials and education officials have turned masks into a political conflict between individualism and collectivism, a very dangerous ideology that runs antithetical to it. Judge Cooper clearly believes individual medical decisions should be made by the collective, all of you, which is not the intent of what is called the Parents' Bill of Rights, not the collective's Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Chris. Jade. After Jade, we have Alyssa Hollinger, Patty Sims, and then Nathan Wolf. And then board members will probably break at that point. Does that work for you? Hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Hello. Okay. I would like to start by saying I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that you all made the right decision and vote for the individual freedom of the students to decide what is best for them in regards to masks. But here we are yet again. So I will use my measly minute to request that you revisit the quarantine policy, especially if all the students are going to be masked, since they work, right? There should be no need to quarantine exposed peers. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Sims.
Oh, wait, Alyssa.
Oh, wait. Alyssa, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm giving myself a check mark. They're too fast.
Thank you. I strongly oppose mask mandates in our public schools. 1 minute isn't nearly enough time to go over the stream of constant studies and statistics that continue to show the lack of efficacy and the psychological, emotional, and physical detriment that is caused by covering our children's faces. My 5-year-old child just began kindergarten this year. My husband and I had a really difficult choice to make. We chose to keep her out of Brevard Public Schools because of the 21-month roller coaster that has gone back and forth. It's not fair for her. We don't want to participate in the state-run education system because, honestly, we don't trust it anymore. It's really sad, and our taxpayer dollars go into that. We work really hard, and we pay your salary. Not many families can choose to take their child out of school like we have. We've had to rearrange our whole entire lives.
Thank you, Alyssa. Patty?
Today you're here to provide input about imposing more rules on our community. My question is this: why should you make rules for our children when you don't follow your own rules? Between her tweet on August 27th and her press conference the same day, one of your members violated at least 4 of your own rules for school board conduct. If we can't trust you to enforce your own rules, why do you think you should be making rules for our community? Get your board under control, then work on the rules.
Nathan Wolf?
Yes, hi. I have good news. There have been several counties in the state of Florida that have already mandated mask wearing in the public schools of that county. I was able to print out their dashboards and notice that in Palm Beach County, they have 2,910 confirmed cases. Orange County, which is right next door to us, has 3,238 confirmed cases. And Hillsborough County has 5,719 confirmed cases, which, as a scientist, anyone can see that mandating masks does not work. It's ineffective. If you would like to wear a mask, please wear a mask. If you think that works, it's fine. But it's not to be mandated for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to take a brief recess, refresh, recharge, and we'll be back. right, we are back in session, starting with speaker 115 out of 141. Mr. Susan, I think you had a request for a brief moment of silence before we move on.
Is my mic on?
No, but I can make
It's
it
okay.
on. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a second right now as we are debating over this. We have a hurricane that is hitting New Orleans. And regardless of how we vote here today, we know we have Americans in another place that we should all be having a moment of silence for, because we are already seeing people who are passing away and things like that, and we have rescue crews going. So I just wanted to have a moment of silence real fast for the individuals that are in New Orleans and the surrounding parishes and what we were doing. Thank you. No problem. Thank you, Ms. Belford.
Thank you, Mr. Susan. All right, we have Ashley Renninger, Amber Johnson, Lynn DeCoulas will be our next three speakers. If you guys could get on deck for me, that would be great.
Are you afraid I'm saying something?
Ashley.
Thank you so much for allowing us to be here. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate all the effort that goes into this. I'm not blind to that, but I wanted to bring attention to my son. His name is Ford. He goes to school at Stevenson Elementary, and last year he wore his mask every day, and every day he came home about it, and he said, "This is upsetting. It hurts me. I have to wear it outside." He had a teacher that was very for masks, and one day he goes to school and he cut holes in his mask because he said, "I can finally breathe now." And that teacher bullied him, made him walk behind every student in line, and went and said, had to sit alone at the table. I implore you, do the right thing. Make it optional. If they don't want to wear a mask, fine, don't wear a mask. If they want to wear a mask, wear a mask. I'm not here to yell at anybody. I have lost a family member to COVID. I'm not here to spread fear. I want intelligent responses. Here we go. Let them do the right thing.
Thank you. Amber? After Amber Johnson, we have Lynn DeCoulas, Richard Mariani, and then Matthew Anderson.
Nash, do you know the Pledge of Allegiance? Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is that part of it, Nash? Yes. Where's his liberty and justice? I want to take a moment to thank all of you who voted to keep masks optional, as it should be. Please keep fighting for us. You have to be our voice. And today is my first time in attendance because I am fed up. I ask our elected officials to uphold Executive Order 21-175, ensuring parents' freedom to choose masks in school. This gives us all the option to mask or not. Why is this being questioned? We choose not to live in fear. Those fearful few have the choice to homeschool their kids, just as I did the previous year, while I awaited our judicial system to work through their due diligence and listened every day to my son beg me, "Mom, please, please do not make me wear a mask." Proudly, we are now moving forward. Let's not backslide. I will not conform. I will not consent. Public schools should remain open to everyone without bias by keeping masks optional. Let's lead by example and continue to fight for our liberty and freedom for all. Masks are distracting and scientifically proven to be ineffective.
Thank you. Lynn?
I'm Linda Colas. I live in Merritt Island. My daughter is a single mother, and she needs to work. So last year they put the mask mandate in, and I took over homeschooling my grandson. If they put the mask mandate back in, my grandson will be coming to be homeschooled by grandma once again. All right? With this being said, I want my tax dollars back for last year, and if you pass it, I want my school tax dollars back for this year. Have a nice day, and thank you.
All right, Richard Mariani?
Good morning, Brevard County School Board. Stop masking and excessively quarantining the healthy and those with natural and artificial immunity. I, Richard K. Mariani from South Patrick, survived the full-blown COVID flu. My wife had a mild headache, but my mom died of it. The CDC, Fauci, and the experts will tell you we must achieve herd immunity. This is achieved by having antibodies or the ability to create them quickly. This happens when the body is exposed to the COVID virus. Best case, a universal mask mandate will only delay herd immunity. No matter what you decide here today, the parents of Brevard County will decide where, if, and when their children will wear masks, and ultimately where their children will go to school. Vote smart, vote no on universal mask mandate, and may God grant you the wisdom of Solomon today. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Anderson, and then after Matthew, we have Brenda Anderson, Carol Vyhonsky, Martin Richter, and then Paul Strauss. Matthew?
Hello. I am Matthew Anderson from Melbourne High School, and I am a senior. Just ask yourself, why is it that a pro-freedom measure is government overreach, but taking away freedom of choice and forcing muzzles isn't overreach? In a moral government and society, neither would have to occur. Liberty and freedom die in the face of mandates. John Adams once said, "Liberty once lost is lost forever." And we're seeing that in full force today in other countries. You know that our rights were given to us by God, and you can never take them away. Not by you, and not by politicians who want to force arbitrary rules onto us. A righteous government does not force people to wear muzzles in the guise of false safety. A righteous government puts forth free will. Shame to government that has total disregard to our God-given right. We cannot stand for medical tyranny.
Thank you. Brenda Anderson?
Brenda Anderson, that was my son, Matthew Anderson. I also have a quote from a founding father, Benjamin Franklin. A society that will give up liberty for security will have neither liberty or security. These are our freedoms. We cannot get them back once they are given up. We don't ask for the freedom to parent our children as we see fit. We already have it. The children are not owned by the state. The children are the parents. They are not your property. And we can make the decisions for our children that will benefit them and keep them safe. We are not giving in because what is next? An unnecessary vaccine for a virus that has a 99.97% survival rate for the children. And there's a lot of kids that are being put under quarantine that are not even sick. We are teaching the children that they are dirty and sick, and we are also teaching them to be afraid of everything around them. I'm against the mask mandate, and I will not comply.
Thank you. Carol. Sorry.
Hello. A couple of people have already spoken on what I was going to speak about, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. At the last board meeting, a school board member read from this document. It's the emergency rule from the Department of Health, Florida Department of Health, regarding quarantines. And you all were in agreement that you needed to follow this document in order to these are the rules for quarantines, and you have to follow it. But this document also contains a rule regarding masks, and it says, the school must allow for a parent or legal guardian to opt out the student from wearing a face covering or mask. If you have to follow this document regarding quarantines, you have to also allow a parent opt-out for masks, not a medical exemption, not a doctor note, a parent opt-out. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, and then after Martin, we have Paul Strauss, Martin Richter, and then after Martin, we have...
Richter's not here.
Okay. Then we have Paul Strauss, Elisa Meyer, Shelby, Jocelyn Boot, and then Kim Wood. Paul?
Yes. So I'm here because I was told about this meeting over the weekend, that we were having an emergency meeting at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning. And a lot has been said about masks one way or the other, and I'm not going to address that too much. What I'd really like to address is why are we having a Monday morning at 10 a.m. meeting that's dragging on now for hours so that when the stakeholders can't be here. Now, I grew up in Cook County, Illinois. I lived there until I joined the Navy in 1989. And I will tell you this, I have seen this kind of stunt pulled before, and that's what it is. It's a stunt. Okay, you're trying to slip one by people. You're trying to force a vote on a mask mandate because of a judge's ruling, not because of any health or safety concerns. And you're trying to do it when the mass of parents and other stakeholders can't be here. That is what I'm upset about, and I think you should postpone this vote until there's another meeting.
Thank you. Elisa Meyer?
Hi, first off, I have 2 students in BPS schools. All right, first, I work in an ER. I see what's going on and don't take any of this lightly. I was one of those that made masks in the beginning, and as time passed and data came out, I questioned what was going on. I haven't worn a mask in public since midsummer 2020. Data does not support it. In fact, I have a chart here from the CDC that shows increases cases during our mandatory mask school year, a drop during the summer, and an increase before school started this year. And we are now on the decline, and I can even see it in my hospital. Kids are not doing this. They are among the safest population to contract and survive with antibodies greater than a vaccine. The masks didn't work before, and now with the current declining trend, this is a day late and $1 short if you think masks work. Why are we here if we are so scared everyone is going to die? Why am I sacrificing my child's health for your fear? Leave it up to the parents to do what's right for their family, and if that means you're vaxxed, masked, sanitized, and scared,
We
stay
appreciate
home.
you joining us today. Shelby?
Hello. I am here to make sure that my children are safe to learn the same lessons I learned in Brevard County schools. I am here to make sure they are protected from COVID-19 by safe, effective, and harmless masks. In kindergarten, I learned to keep my hands to myself. Everyone deserves to be kept safe. Every child deserves protection from harm. In science, I learned that my opinions did not change facts, and science says, just like gravity, masks work too. In history, I learned doing the right thing is not always easy. I learned that history will remember and revile the names of those who sent others to their death, and history will remember. Do not make preventable deaths from this COVID pandemic your legacy. Do the right thing and ensure that your legacy includes saving children from COVID rather than sacrificing their health and lives to satisfy those who are on the wrong side of history. And I have an 18-month-old at home and 2 in school. I'm trying to protect my 18-month-old too.
Thanks, Shelby. Next, we have Kim Wood, followed by Marie Wallace, Shannon Deleden, and then Gordon Sumner.
Hello. I'd just like to thank you first for the job that you guys are doing, because this is not an easy job, I can't imagine. I have 2 children in school, BPS school district. My high school son wears a mask. My elementary child does not. And one of the reasons why he doesn't wear a mask is because most of the people in his class don't wear them. I think there's maybe 4. I hope that you guys make a decision that is based on facts. I know everybody has their own opinion, and I am pro-opinion or pro-choice. My husband and I both choose to wear a mask, but we let our children make the decision that they feel is best for them. Also, my son, a second week of school, my elementary child that does not wear a mask, second week of school, half of his class, 11 out of 22, were sent home because of one child in the classroom.
Thank you. We appreciate you joining us today. Mary Wallace?
Hi, my name is Mary, and I have a daughter at Gemini Elementary School. First of all, I want to thank the board members. What a terrible year to be
a member of the Board of Education. So thank you for doing your job, and God bless you going forward. You're all intelligent people. I don't need to tell you what the real science shows. The science is so clear on this. Masks save lives. End of story. Last year, I felt so happy and proud to be able to say I live in Brevard County because our schools were, almost all of them, open all year long, and our kids were safe. And that is because our teachers, our administrators, our staff, they did a great job of following the protocols that were in place. This year, we're dealing with the Delta variant, which is a truly worse beast, and we need the mask mandate back in place. I beg you to reinstate the mask mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shannon?
Thank you very much for calling this meeting so early. I'm in District 3. I have 3 children, 2 high school students and 1 middle schooler, and I'm here to represent them. They have asked you to implore you to please put the mask mandate back. They all wear them. They're all vaccinated. But my young one, too many of her friends, little brothers and sisters, can't protect themselves. And she wants to see her friends. She wants to have them be safe. My high schoolers just want their lives back. And this is temporary. It's temporary. Just like the woman right before me said. Last year was great. It was wonderful. It wasn't, but, the schools were open. Kids were able to go. As a psychologist, I'm actually seeing more people worried about getting it and worrying about their kids and family members dying and grief. That's what I'm seeing. Please mask.
Thank you. Gordon Sumner, followed by Taylor Sumner, Madeline Sumner, and Grace Sumner.
Good morning, guys. My name is Gordon. I have 8 and 10 and 13-year-old, 2 at Ocean Breeze and 1 at Hoover. And my position hasn't changed on the mask. I don't care what you do. I don't care how you vote. My kids are coming to school without masks. They are. And then you can send them home. My lawyer's still on retainer, and we're going to see you, and we'll see. You don't have to follow the law. I don't either. But I want to bring up a much bigger problem. We're all worried about the health of children, and we can just save one life. I want to bring up the largest killer of any age group in the world last year. 42.6 million deaths, almost 700,000 in the United States, and half of those were people of color. Well, yeah, Black Lives Matter. I don't have their contact, but I'm sure someone on this board does. You might can call them and let them know they might need to protest this. Abortion. Abortion. Where's the outrage? If we could just save one life, right? You just want to save one life. Let me read you this. We don't have the numbers from last year. This is 2018.
Thanks, Mr. Sumner. We appreciate you joining us. Taylor?
Hi, my name is Taylor. I go to Hoover Middle School. I think that you shouldn't mandate masks. I know a lot of people that really don't like masks, in my opinion. I did everything that I was told last year, but then it just got too long. I think that it's just a load of bullcrap, and it shouldn't. Masks don't work. They don't save lives, and yeah.
Thanks, Taylor. Madeline?
I will not follow the world. I will follow God. The world says to wear a mask and obey the government, but God says to be free and obey his commands. I will listen to God and be free. You can too.
Thanks, Madeline. Grace? And after Grace, we have Sarah Wagner, Ashley Black, and then Peter Fusk.
I refuse to wear a mask. I don't care what people tell me. God didn't make us to be slaves. I will not wear a mask. If I have to get homeschooled, I will. I will refuse to wear a mask, period.
Thank you, Grace. Sarah Wagner?
Hi, my name's Sarah Wagner. I live in District 1. Chairwoman, I don't think I have to tell you about House Bill 119. As you know, this is for ISR training for kids, for kindergartners. The number one killer between the ages of 6 months to the ages of 16 in the state of Florida. Listed as 1 for ages 3 to 5, and then so forth. It's 1, 2, and 3 across the board of killers. Yet the House bill says you cannot mandate the ISR. So why in the world would we not mandate that as the number one killer, but yet we would mandate masks in our school? I will not send my child with a mask. I will not comply. I will not pull my kids from Brevard Public School, but I will not comply.
Thank you, Sarah. Ashley? Ashley Black? Peter Fuskus? Radula Sharon? And then after that, we have Samantha Brown and Jeff Sharon.
Hi, thank you. My name is Matthew Sharon. This is the third meeting to discuss mask mandates. Last time you had a medical panel, not one of them firmly said masks work 100% of the time to prevent death. What they did say was the new Delta variant is highly contagious, but less deadly. So what is the goal here? To get to 0% infections? It's not going to happen. So what I understand is that in Europe, kids are going to school because they value education. Please acknowledge that the surge is going to occur whether you have a mask mandate or not. What are you going to say when you put a mask mandate on and the surge doesn't come down? You're going to lose credibility. As I understand it, you're the school board, not the safety board. And if that is so, just acknowledge that the data showing that masked schools didn't have any safer outcome than those that did not mask. Two things that work. The masks don't work. Ventilation and proper cleaning of surfaces works. Keeping home unhealthy kids and not quarantining healthy kids works. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Brown? Going once, going twice. Samantha Brown. Jeff Sharon, and then after Jeff, we have Crystal Casey, John Glasser, and Christine Applegate.
In June, I moved with my wife and 3 kids from California because that state did not follow the science. They shut down schools for a year, had endless lockdowns, as I'm sure you've all heard, and they ended up with the same stats as Florida. It was a complete failure, and now they're likely going to recall their governor. That whole year, Florida was being demonized, but we looked to Florida as a beacon of basing decisions on science and data. After all, you guys kept your schools open. Now I'm seeing the same alarming things happening that I saw in California, namely appeals to emotion and fear and acting like the vaccines do not exist. Aren't parents owed undeniable proof if you're going to force a mask on our children? The CDC's own study in Georgia showed 0 statistical difference in mask mandate when they looked at a mask mandate school versus a mask optional school. Follow the science and stand by your August 10th vote. That was only 3 weeks ago.
Thanks, Jeff. Crystal?
I stand with Governor DeSantis. Let the citizens choose if they want to wear a mask. There is no definitive research to prove that masks of varying performance types filter respiratory droplets to prevent the spread of COVID-19. This is due to the fact that viruses are tiny and range in size from 20 nanometers to 500 nanometers. Since COVID-19 is spread by respiratory droplets in the air, otherwise known as an aerosol, how different types of masks would or would not allow the passage of COVID-19 particles this small has not been demonstrated by the CDC. Masks don't stop the Wuhan flu. In fact, there is no conclusive evidence that proves that masks of the sort typically worn by students would filter the COVID-19 virus of 20 to 500 nanometers I stand with DeSantis, no mask mandate.
Thank you. John?
Morning. My name is John Glazier. I have 2 boys in high school at Merritt Island. Third son is homeschooled right now. We took him out last year because of the mask mandate. I want to encourage you all to vote no to further mandates for masks. And I also want this circus to stop. District 3 representative, please quit calling emergency meetings that are unnecessary, wasteful on a Monday morning, because I'm speaking up for the people that can't be here on a Monday morning. They're at work. For the students that are in school, for the teachers that are in school. They don't have a choice to be here, but I did. And I want you to vote for a choice. Brevard County is a place that we launch rockets, we launch boats, but we do not launch people's political careers.
Christine?
Here today on behalf of my daughter, who's 16 and a student at Viera High School. She is scared to be in school with students having the option to not wear a mask. She takes this pandemic seriously and feels wearing a mask is the right thing to do. She's vaccinated and believes in order to get life back to normal, we must make a few sacrifices in order to protect the weak and vulnerable from this virus. We have lost friends and family to this nasty virus. It's real. We are also aware some young people aren't getting sick, but they are spreading it to others that might not be that fortunate. I keep hearing people talk about freedom. Well, tell that to the doctors and nurses suffering from PTSD and they can't see their family because they're working overtime. What about the sick who can't get the proper medical attention because the hospitals are full to capacity? What about the child who can't go to school because they have a low immune system? At the end of the day, Brevard schools should be protecting all children of this county as advised by the CDC. Our children and teachers need to feel safe in their schools. If masks are not made mandatory, then provide e-learning.
Thank you. We appreciate you joining us this morning. All right, that is going to conclude our public comment for today. Board members, do you need a break before we go into discussion of the policy, or do you want to forge ahead?
Let's go.
Forge ahead? Okay. Right, give me just 1 second. All right, we are now at our action item. As stated earlier, the board has called this emergency meeting in order to address the extremely high number of COVID cases and quarantines within Brevard Public Schools. We will be considering a face mask requirement as a mitigation strategy. Attached to the agenda item is an emergency policy for the board to consider requiring face coverings. I would remind board members that as an emergency policy, this policy can be amended here at the meeting should you, in fact, I have one request from cabinet for an amendment to just verbiage on the policy. So the policy is before you. Do we have a motion to open for discussion?
I make a motion to open for discussion.
Ms. McDougall has motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Jenkins. That opens for discussion. Who would like to start us off?
I can.
And board members, we probably have time, but you might need to refresh on I know I had to, so, on your e-agenda. All right, Ms. McDougall, you have the mic.
I don't think it's on. Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think if anybody has been following, and I've been on the board when we started this whole thing, back in, it seems like forever. And I have always been a proponent of what can we do to keep students in school and keep them safe. And I'm following the mitigation recommendations that have been out there from medical experts and our CDC, along with our Department of Health. And people have talked about the Department of Health. Well, when you look at the Department of Health, they really had no, in my opinion, they had no option except to follow exactly what the governor had stated. And previous to what the governor came out with, it was clear that hand washing, social distancing,
cleaning surfaces, and wearing a face covering is what will help stop the mitigation. Is this a cure-all? Absolutely not. No one's ever said it was, but I believe that we owe it to keep our students in school. And one thing, we're talking about the quarantines, and our numbers are outrageous, quite frankly. I think we all agree on that. So I was talking to Ms. Moore, and Ms. Moore, if I'm wrong, please come and correct me. But one of the mitigations, what the CDC has said, that if face masks are worn appropriately and in like a whole classroom is wearing them, and they're socially distanced, then if there should be one positive case, then we don't have to quarantine anybody who's not showing, who's asymptomatic. So I'm really hoping that this will help mitigate the 6,000 people we have right now on today's numbers, because it's a lot, and people are not in school, and they need to be in school to learn. So I am in favor of this emergency, and it is, I understand it's a temporary that we would revisit, which I think is appropriate, but I really feel that it's needed to get kids back in school and have our staff and students safe.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. Who would like to speak next?
I want to.
Ms. Jenkins, you are on.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear to members of the public that, yes, I did call for this emergency meeting, but I am not the one who scheduled the meeting. I would have had it on a Saturday or Sunday if I could have, when a lot more people are off. So I just want to make that very clear. I do also want to say a couple of things that are, we all know are really important. I just want to bring it to the forefront. Since August 2nd, when staff returned to buildings, we've had over 3,000 cases of COVID. Tuesday's dashboard, 546 new cases. Friday's dashboard, 784 new cases. That's 1,330 new cases in Brevard Public Schools. 86% of those positive cases are students. 10 of our staff members are in ICU, 4 on ventilators. We have a student in the ICU who is also ventilated, and 2 staff members have died this school year alone. I had requested from our staff, who is beyond overworked, to continuously give us updates every single day of the amount of cases and quarantines that we have currently every morning by 8:30 that morning. And currently we have 1,039 confirmed cases that are active, and we have 6,630 active quarantines. Again, 86% of those positive cases are students, which means we have 900 positive active cases of students currently in Brevard Public Schools. I wrote down 2 quotes from some of our speakers. If we do not have safe schools, we do not have a safe community. And public health and public education are interdependent. And I feel like that was really important. I think another thing that we need to talk about is our administrators are struggling, but they're also struggling to support their students who are suffering trauma from their parents being in the hospital. I've heard some really sad stories. I had one administrator in particular that said that their school is really struggling because there are 3 children associated to that parent who may not make it. And that is a worry that I am concerned about as well. It's been said a lot that this is political, and I feel the need to say it. Yes, I'm a registered Democrat. I'm a minority in Brevard. I'm a minority in District 3. I'm a minority in turnout of voters. But yet the only person who voted against masks last year is no longer sitting on this dais. And there's a reason for that, because Republicans care about their kids too. So stop with the political game. Ms. Belford, at a board of self-evaluation, we had one member earlier say that last year they didn't visit more than 1 school due to COVID. We had an off-site meeting on Tuesday prior to our board meeting. We had a board member who didn't like to hear about the stories of our staff members and what they're going through, which I'm not allowed to even talk about here on this dais, but I know we're all well aware. And I'm not going to sit here and go on and on, but I cannot stay silent when we have members of this board who last year were banging their fists, begging people to wear their masks to keep our students and our staff safe, and this year it suddenly has changed. I will defend my husband's life, my family's life, my community's life, my colleagues' life. I will not be quiet. This is a risk to our community, and I will absolutely not be on the wrong side of history here. This is not political for me. This is personal for me, and I've been this way since the day I've been on this board, and you all know where I stand, so I absolutely support this mandate. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell, want to weigh in?
I do have some concerns. I listened to the 2-hour video yesterday of the judge sharing his opinion, and I do have some concerns that we would put something into effect before it is official, even though he was pretty clear that whatever he signs, it's going to be consistent with what he said on Friday. But I have concerns about yanking back and forth, and I really would not want to do that to our public, and I would encourage the board to take that into consideration. We've been given a draft. There are a few things that I would like for us to consider when we get to the discussion. I would like for us to consider a parental opt-out. I would like for us to consider a short time frame. I know the maximum we can do in emergency policy is 90 days, but consider max of 30 days. I know it says we'll review it every 30 days, but we can also, I will have to ask Mr. Gibbs, but could we make it for 30 days and then if the majority of the board voted to extend it, I know he'd have to answer that. I'd like to ask if we could make this buses only. I'd like to ask if we could make this adults only. I'd like to ask if we could include the pre-K through second exemption like we did last year. I agree with Ms. McDougall. If this passes today, I intend to ask as an additional item that it wasn't something we voted on, so I think we could do it without a vote, that we recommend to staff to change our quarantine procedures to align with the CDC procedure, our definition for close contact in schools, which says for students in the K-12 setting, if within 3 to 6 feet, if both excludes those who are within 3 to 6 feet, if both the infected student and the exposed student correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. So I know that's different from the state order, but if it does pass today, I intend to ask for us to do that because I agree that that would reduce our quarantines that we have such a high number of. Someone said it's not okay for students and staff to get sick. And I agree, it is difficult. We are going through something that's very difficult. It is not easy for anybody. And we still hear a few people coming in and saying it's not real, but for the most part, people are living in the world of reality, which is it's real. Their willingness to do certain things is different, but I really don't talk to very many people who still think this is all a hoax. At the same time, I have some data that I'd like to share with you from some other states, which is not necessarily awesome and encouraging. But the state of Oregon, which has a statewide mask mandate, they have not started school yet, they'll start within the next week, has a higher vaccination rate. Just for reference, the state of Florida's vaccination rate, at least one dose as of yesterday, 63.6% in Florida, fully vaccinated 52.6%. Oregon is sitting at 63.8 and 57.9, which is higher. They are currently having a spike, just like we are, higher than ever before. Like I said, they haven't started school yet, so we don't have school data to compare. The state of Louisiana, the day before school started, now they are sitting at a lower vaccination rate on both counts, fully vaccinated and having received one dose. But the state of Louisiana started around the same time we do. The day before they started, the governor issued a statewide mask mandate, which included the schools. Since August the 9th, there was one, when the school, they have a kind of a statewide school dashboard similar to what we had last year. Since August 9th, they'd had 2,094 cases, which passed their previous peak of January of 1,800 cases. And before you think, well, that's not as high as us, I have to share that that was only 30% of their schools reporting. For the week ending August 11th, they had 5,637 children ages 5 through 17, which was more than double their previous peak in January. Now, again, lower vaccination rate, but they have a statewide mask mandate. And then Hawaii. Hawaii has one of the highest rates of vaccination. They have 74% of their population that have received at least one dose. They have 55.2% that is fully vaccinated. They're also an island. They have a little bit more control of who comes in and out, not like Australia and places like that, but, you know, it's been a little different for them. Before they started school, the state, they're different from their states. They have Hawaii public schools. It's like the whole state is one school district. State officials from an article right before they started school. State officials assured parents that their children would be safe, saying that universal mask wearing, vaccinations, and social distancing would keep the potential for new cases down. And 47%, and I'd have to pull it up really quick, but 47% of their children ages 12 through 17 had had at least one shot. I'm pretty sure without looking that that's higher than what it is here in the state of Florida. They are averaging 657 new cases a day, which is their highest level since the start of the pandemic. Just for reference, in early July, they were down to 50 new cases a day average, and they're now at 657. They are having a really crazy fight. And I say all that to say, it's not something that we want to say, but the truth is that there is no way that we can guarantee that our students and staff will not be exposed to the virus with or without a mask mandate. And Hawaii, by the way, has a statewide mask mandate, which includes. We can't guarantee it, which is one of the reasons why I asked, and I know I believe Ms. Jenkins asked as well, Dr. Mullins, back in a couple weeks before the school started when we saw the surge, that we reopen Brevard Virtual School, because I was telling families we can't guarantee. And if your family is one of those families that has really scary situations, I urge you to do virtual school. I know it's challenging. I don't want to have to homeschool myself. I would do it if I had to. But we can't guarantee that. We've never been able to guarantee that with or without a mask mandate. The only way that we could guarantee that the cases wouldn't spread in our schools is to close schools. And even though last year we heard quite a few people before school started, through emails and through public comment, don't start, delay the start, we're not ready to start. We're not really hearing much of that anymore because we all recognize what a horrible thing that was the spring before, and that actually we can get it done. I know we're in a hard situation, but even now I'm hearing very few. Out of all the hundreds and hundreds of emails we've received just in the last week, I've maybe only seen 2 that said, just shut it all down. And believe me, there are days, Dr. Mullins can tell you, that I've said, let's just shut it all down. Because that's the only way we can guarantee. We can't do it any other way. There is no way to make this decision for any of the 5 of us and say that we represented our constituents, because our constituents are divided. And there is no, as much as I am looking at the example of King Solomon to try to find a way that just make it so clear and satisfy everyone, we can't. We will either be listening to one side or listening to the other side, which means we have to look at the preponderance of information that we have. I do believe this. I believe that there's not a person in this room that doesn't have children's best interests at heart. I believe the difference is how we go about it. Are we looking at one aspect of it? Are we looking at the whole child? Are we looking at, we're just looking at things differently. I think it would be wrong for any of us on this board or in the community to look at this board and say, you don't care about kids. You don't care about your community. I don't think that's, even if I don't agree with everybody on the diet. So, like I said, as we move forward, I intend to ask for some of those changes. Every single one of them may get struck down, but I'm going to try anyway. And
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Susan?
Do I have the mic?
You do?
Can everybody hear me? All right. So I came here today because I wanted to be able to hear if there was something that would trigger an emergency meeting. What would it be? Is it that there's an astronomical amount of cases that jumped up? Is it that there's a case that now is in effect that may not get overturned? Is it that there's a lot of things that may have occurred that? Because I will tell you, regardless of how you feel about my board members that I serve with, I respect every one of them for the points that they bring to the table. Because that is true governance in Brevard. So whether we disagree with the way it happens, you respect everybody. So I was excited. And I'm standing here with you today looking at all of the stuff that I had. Only 42 hours to look over from the subject and 1 hour to look over from the actual policy that was printed here. And I started to dig in. First off, I found out that hospitalizations, quarantines, COVID positives from both staff and students is going down. This is not my opinion. This comes from the CDC and our own data. Oh, did I say that this is illegal? This is an illegal motion for policy right now. Please, we don't want to stop the meeting because Ms. Belford will get fired up. She has the respect for that too. So let me get started. I'd like to put into the minutes, because there has been questions in the past about some of my stuff that was Googled instead of looked up, and I wanted to be able to provide my school board members what I was going to talk about. I apologize about not giving it to you ahead of time, but we did have an emergency and we didn't have time, and I literally had these off the press not even 5 minutes before we came into the meeting. So I am going to, everything that we talk about here, I am going to put into the minutes as we move. And I'll give Ms. Escobar a copy at the end of the meeting of everything that is. So let's get started. Board members, if you'll take a look at the Ms. Aguirre's daily quarantine list, and if you'll look at the final page, which says August 30th, 2021. If you will notice, our overall quarantines associated to confirmed cases went down 27% since Friday. Our overall quarantines to home cases went down 29%. Our overall student quarantines in general went down 27% more. Our overall employee quarantines also went down 18%, and our student cases went down 28%. Now, some people may say it's a Monday, and that is an anomaly that occurred on the data sets which I presented. But the key is it was not as significant as it is today. And you can't just take that piece of data. You have to look at all the other data. When you find the consistency of numbers going down, then you bring this data into play. Next, take a look at Parish Medical COVID-19 hospitalizations off of their Facebook page. You will notice that from August 24th to August 29th, Parish Medical's hospitalizations went down 25%. Now, this is significant because if you guys have been watching the Facebook pages, you will find that there has been an up and down for a while, but now you will see that they are starting to come down more consistently. And that's why I provided 5 days worth of COVID-19 hospitalization rates from Parish Medical. And to be truthful, the ICU and intubated rates remain the same, but that's because those last longer. When you look at data sets first cases, then hospitalizations, then ICUs and deaths, okay? I also am submitting into evidence, or to the minutes, Health First's Facebook page showing 5 days worth of numbers coming down in hospitalizations. This shows a 7, and just now, another day just got posted not less than 30 minutes ago, showing an increase from 9% over 5 days. Numbers are coming down. I also would ask, and I don't expect you guys to know all this real quick, so if you needed a second to stop and look through it because of efficacy. I would also like to ask you to look at the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention COVID Data Tracker, which seems to be on pace and right now. So some of you are looking at the DOH numbers and they're delayed. They're delayed by a week, and that's because a lot of the numbers come in and they show the trends. The CDC pulls from multiple data sets. They're literally up to date. In looking at that, cases per 1,000, down 1.7%. They do not record deaths, so I will not speak to that, but I don't have any data sets on that. Positivity, testing positivity. Now, mind you, we are mostly only testing individuals that have symptoms. So this is not a data set that is being controlled because of more testing. This is being a data set controlled that we are actually going down. Down 3.44%. Testing volume down 19.83%. New admissions into hospitalizations down 6.63%. Number of beds used inside of our hospitals down 2.36%. Number of ICU beds stayed the same. Positivity case down 3.44%. I stated that. Now, if you'll move on, the other number that is very key to know is that our county is number 40 out of 67 in case rate per 1,000 in the last 7 days. 40. We are not looking at a massive amount in front of us. We look at a massive amount behind us. I just will tell you, I listened to the judge for 2.5 hours. He gives great lessons on history and everything else. And I looked for all of the data sets that he had, and he presented some good data sets. But I have been looking the whole time where I could find hard data. And this is what I would like to present and put into the minutes. Next thing, I would like to point out the effectiveness of what we are about to do. Currently, the majority of our staff in secondary does not wear a mask. Currently, the majority of our students in secondary do not wear masks. It is a larger number in some and a smaller majority in others. But I will tell you, for the most part, and that is an anecdotal evidence that has not been provable, that I can't put in the minutes, but if you sit there and ask those principals and admin and teachers, they will back that data up. Currently, if we don't have teachers that are effectively wearing them and students that are effectively wearing them, how do we expect them to effectively push it and monitor it and enforce it? It's a difficult situation. Also, we will not be the ones that are in the classroom that are trying to enforce the policy. I substituted last year. This was absolutely difficult to watch as kids wore their masks around below their nose, which is stated in the policy that they have to do. Kids that have it half hanging off, kids that have all that, as they pile to the doors. And the effectiveness of it is called in question. And I have said this from the beginning. This is not something new that I have been stating. How do you expect a bus driver to be safely driving a bus and look up in the rearview mirror constantly to say, pull your mask up? Stop, Johnny, put your mask on. Have you put your mask on before you get in? How do you expect administrators who are now, because of an MOU with the union, forced to all of these medical opt-outs and everything else that we're about to talk about. Because the MOU from the union that I know of last says that they are not to do that at all. How do you effectively ask to enforce a mask mandate if the teachers in the classroom are asked not to enforce it? You have less than 6 principals / administrators that are literally asking more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teachers to help them on quarantines right now. And you're going to expect them to monitor these certificates on top of other things. It's difficult. This has been consistent from what I've said from the beginning. So let's get into the policy. Here's where I have some issues. First piece, Judge Cooper, Florida Circuit Court for the Second Circuit of Florida, found that the Centers for Disease Control is the preeminent authority in the United States for infectious disease control. He quoted the CDC to be used inside of statute. He found that they have been used. They are not the predominantly authoritative. They just lost a Supreme Court case that they were trying to use they removed their emergency powers in dealing with temporary landlord moratorium. They are not an authority that can give and demand. They can only recommend. So when we look at that for a piece, look at how the CDC's recommendations have changed. If we are looking for the CDC, the only thing that has been consistent about the CDC's recommendations on mitigation strategies is that they are not consistent. That is the consistency, that they change them. And I am not in any way trying to trash the CDC. I am purposely saying that they are not a governing board and that they are not consistent with their quarantine. Goes on. Legislature intends during an extended, it says, moreover, section 252.36, section (1) of the Florida statute states the legislature intends during an extended public health emergency such that the COVID-19 pandemic, there should be a presumption that the K-12 public schools, to the greatest extent possible, should remain open so long as the health and safety of students and school personnel can be maintained by specific public health mitigation strategies recommended by federal or state agencies for education settings. Well, that sounds pretty good. The problem is that the title of section 253.36 is the governor's emergency powers. So if the governor's emergency powers are being quoted, then we should follow the Florida DOH rules rather than the CDC rules, which have already been struck down in the Supreme Court. I call into question the argument that gives us even the ability to give this policy. Next section, the CDC qualifies as a federal health agency as specified in Florida statute. Moreover, CDC guidelines explicitly recommend all individuals, students as well as staff, wear face coverings while inside, whether they have been vaccinated or not, until the spread of COVID-19 is better in control. That's great. They are making a recommendation. There is no rule-making authority. We follow the Florida DOH if there's a Florida governor's mandate for emergency ruling. It goes on to start talking about not only that was the justification for calling the meeting. Now it goes on to say to mask mandate, but then we mask mandate if we have these other things that are allowed to not have to be mask mandated. My argument for bringing this up is that we are creating a mask mandate that is basically ineffective because you are creating a group and subsets that are going to not wear their mask, which effectively is going to not make a mask mandate effective. Medical certification. A face covering shall not be required for persons who present school district staff with a certification from a licensed healthcare provider that the person has medical, physical, or psychological contradiction that prevents the person from being able to safely wear a mask covering. Okay, we've got a lot of contradictions, which will create a lot of risk because our administrators are not medical professionals. They cannot look at a form, and we are not providing one to say that this is what is a contradiction. We do not want our administrators to be sitting there and making the choice of whether they should or not make a mask when we don't even stipulate what that looks like, and we haven't even trained them to do it. IEPs, 504s. A face covering shall not be required for persons who have documented through an IEP or 504 plan that the person has medical, physical, or psychological contradiction that prevents the person from being able to safely wear. Okay. 504s, you guys, IEPs, they include gifted children. They include students with disabilities. They make up almost 30% of our population, and in some schools make up more in secondary. It is a difficult thing when you are going to say that you are going to give a medical opt-out, then you're going to give a 504 and an IEP opt-out. Here's one. Strenuous physical activity. A face covering shall not be required for any person inside or outside of any school district facility while such person is engaged in strenuous physical activity. That's gymnasiums. That's your workout centers. That's a kid walking up a stairwell, if they want to make the argument. What is the effectiveness of a policy if those are the stipulations? And it does not go on to say who's going to monitor that. So if a student is going up the stairs and they take it off, who's going to tell them put it back on? Well, it was a strenuous activity. It was strenuous for me to walk. I'm a former teacher in this district who will tell you that kids will use every single opportunity to try to get out of what they don't want. And I'm not telling you this because anything else, because it's putting our teachers and our staff in a situation where it's difficult to hold. They can't sit there and effectively look at these stipulations and make it to where it is effectively going to keep a mask mandate. Now, whether you believe in mask mandates or not, this is not a mask mandate. And it is not effective. Cloth face coverings. Commercially produced or home face cloth coverings are acceptable for compliance with this policy, provided that the face covering consists of multiple layers of cloth, resulting in the blocking of light when it's held up to light, covers both the mouth, the nose, and fits snugly against the sides of the person's face with no gaps. Okay, again, effectiveness of that. First thing, when you look at it, what teacher is going to hold up a mask to look at it to see about the light going through? What teacher is going to tell the kids? I mean, how many times have we been out in the community where there's a mask mandate and everybody wears it here? I'm not saying that I'm telling you it's effectively difficult to enforce. And I'm telling you also, as I stated before, that students and teachers that are not wearing them now are not going to effectively enforce. It is a difficult situation. Section 5, this emergency policy becomes effective immediately upon approval and will remain in effect for 90 days. A 5-day grace period may be extended, to those who needed to obtain exemption documentation. The school board will review the emergency policy every 30 days and authorizes the superintendent to end the face covering requirement if levels of the community transmission drop to a moderate transmission as defined by the CDC to be no less than 50 new cases per 100,000 people. That's less than 1% of our population. That is an unattainable number that will never be obtained inside the 90 days. So when we look at past practices of under that, with the current pandemic the way it is, this is 90-day policy that can be reviewed only if it has a 1% effectiveness. Now, did I mention that right now This is illegal. All right. I truly was hoping that there would be some sort of evidence that I missed when I came here today, and I apologize because Chairperson Belford has not spoken yet, and that is not fair for me to say. But so far, I have not found anything more than what we already knew prior to Friday. And might I say that if we are, I'll get to that in a minute. We had less than 42 hours to review a policy that was subject and less than a couple of hours to get a perfect one. That is not how we govern. We in this county have taken every slow roll attempt in every single policy we have ever written. Every single time that we have come up on a policy, we are in the 9th hour, and parents are screaming across the district, guys, wait a minute, wait a minute. You should have made these decisions 60 days ago. And I have bought into that policy governance because we want to make it right. But to give a policy of 42 hours ahead of time for an emergency meeting on a Monday, when there is only a governor's or a court case that might have been the trigger, that's not good governance. It goes against every single fabric we've ever had. I want to get into the policy. Mr. Gibbs. When does the Judge Cooper's judgment become law?
When he signs the order.
And has he signed the order?
Not that I'm aware of.
And has he given indication of when that order may come?
As early as Tuesday. His order was he hoped to sign by Tuesday.
So, Mr. Gibbs, being the fact that the judge has not signed it, and that is the trigger to make that law, is this policy going against the rule of law?
Going against the DOH order.
Which was the rule of law up until Judge Cooper made it.
Until he signs the order.
Sure. Now, Mr. Gibbs, if in the event that the judge gives a stay and we still have this policy in effect, we would still be not in compliance of the law.
Yes.
And if we have this policy and it goes into effect, the judge issues the stay, and then we have the policy in effect, ultimately, can the parents file suit against us for not having followed the law?
I don't know that the parents can sue on the DOH. That would be the DOE trying to enforce their order, or the DOH potentially bringing action to enforce their order. The parents could sue under another potential claim, but that's what you're seeing right now with the DOE cases being opened against the district.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Just so that everybody knows, I let Mr. Gibbs know that I was going to have those questions for him yesterday so that I would not have any kind of back and forth out of respect for him. Okay. Now, all this comes into effect because of one thing. And I'll tell you from my personal experience why it fires me up. Because in 2000, I worked as the legislative coordinator for Greenberg Traurig Law Firm. And Greenberg Traurig Law Firm was the lead counsel for George W. Bush against Al Gore. So I sat through so many court cases with the greatest minds in the country. James Baker. We had the best attorneys, Barry Richards. I could go down the list. And I watched as it moved through local, state, Court of Appeals, state, Supreme Court, federal court. This is the first stop for this law. And when you look at the path that it's going to go on, it is irresponsible to try to put a policy in place while we create a seesaw back and forth of going back and forth through it. Because ultimately, even in the case in 2000, there was one moment when the entire firm thought that they had won. And everybody gathered around. And we were all getting ready to hear the verdict. And one guy, James Baker, said, don't you start getting together, everybody get out. And we heard at that moment that it was going to the Supreme Court, and they started counting in West Palm Beach. This is a seesaw. I have a personal, with large experience here, with large cases, that it is a seesaw. And we don't need to put the mental health of our people into a seesaw back and forth over whether this is law, whether that's not, putting our teachers in harm's way. And that is why this is a difficult situation for me. Now, I'm open. I'm here to listen to any argument that we have, but I am open. But for these reasons, as it stands now, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know.
What?
I know that there was a couple of things.
All right. There. All right. I am going to be as brief as I can, but no, that's fine. That's fine. It's all good discussion. So, we are currently in a major crisis both for our schools and for our community. And while much of the issues around this have been politicized all around COVID, and I know there are lots of strong emotions on all sides, I would like to reframe the conversation momentarily to a conversation around business continuity, operational sustainability, economic impact, critical mission interruption, and of course, health and safety. For weeks, we have heard about positive cases in our community growing, and we've seen schools close, spikes in positive cases, and spikes in quarantines. This isn't new information for any of us that are involved in schools. However, I would like to share some data with you that has not been directly discussed. The week before school started, the county case positivity per 100,000, which I think we've all kind of agreed is a pretty steady indicator of infection in community, right? The week before school started, the county case positivity per 100,000 was at 627.6, which is astronomical compared to what we saw last year, right? So I think we can all probably agree that what we are seeing this year is not at all like what we saw last year, just in general. Excuse me. So, during that same time, our schools, obviously we didn't have students in school, right? So we were primarily tracking faculty. Our in the district case count was at 221 per 100,000. The week that school started, the county case positivity per 100,000 people was at 710.7 per 100,000. And our district cases per 100,000 were at 789. So a little higher. Excuse me for one. So the second week of school, the county rate was 744 positive cases per 100,000. And the district rate was 1,275 per 100,000. And last week, only our third week of school, the county rate was 735.9 per 100,000. And our district rate was 1,980 per 100,000. Now, full disclosure, if you calculate these numbers, you're going to find that there's going to be a smidge of discrepancy because the numbers I ran them on were for 37,000 students. And my update this morning was it was like 37,956 or something, right? So they're not going to be absolutely exact. But shouldn't really change the outcome or interpretation, right? It's going to be minimal shift there. So our health experts have told us for the last year and a half that we would see in our schools what's going on in our community, but this is something entirely different. Our schools are now significantly impacting our community, and there is no doubt that we are seeing spread in our schools, which we didn't see last year. Our healthcare system is struggling, and we as a system are contributing to that struggle. Excuse me. For perspective, last week, There were 4,498 new cases in the entire county between 8/20 and 8/26. Out of those, 1,410 came from our schools. 31% of the cases in Brevard County last week came from our schools. And yet our school population makes up just over 11% of the entire county population. It's hardly debatable that our schools have the potential to be either economic drivers or economic hindrances. The success of our schools impacts our crime rate, our property values, the desire for companies to invest in our community, our ability to provide the workforce for tomorrow, and the well-being of our entire community. Whether we want to admit it or not, successful schools also allow our parents to contribute to our local economy by working while their children are in school. Since schools opened on August 10th, we've quarantined nearly 16,000 students. If half of those students require adult oversight while not in school, we've removed approximately 8,000 employees from our workforce. These are our nurses, our doctors, our firefighters, our law enforcement officers, our bankers, our food service workers, our grocery store employees, our garbage collectors, our teachers, our school administrators, our clinic nurses, our crossing guards, and our local small businesses. And what is most concerning about this information is that the trend is showing significant increases, even while other areas are showing decline. And Mr. Susan mentioned earlier that our numbers are going down significantly. If you look at the Florida Department of Health situation report from last week, which ended on the 26th, the Florida Department of Health shows statewide positive cases declining in every age group, except for ages 12 to 19, where they are steadily growing across the state. Should mention the trend data is not provided for those 12 and under on that particular report. This trend is supported by our numbers as well. From the week of August 10th to the week of August 17th, we saw a 40% increase in the number of reported cases in the district, with a 49% increase in the number of students reporting positive. I would suggest that we are not only facing a physical health crisis, but a mental health crisis as a result of our current situation. The mental health of both our team members and our students is at significant risk. Our administrative teams are working around the clock on contact tracing and quarantining while their hearts are breaking over their inability to be in the classrooms observing instruction, while programs intended to build relationships between students and adults at the school and to close achievement gaps are being given up to extend lunches to allow for social distancing. Our teachers are struggling to serve students who are in and out of class constantly while fearing for their own safety and the safety of their peers and students. Our ESE providers are unable to provide services and stressed about how they will even begin to offer compensatory services when only 1 out of 30 students they're supposed to see in a day is actually in school. Our custodial staff is working tirelessly to clean every service in the school so their school does not test high on our environmental testing. Our bus drivers are struggling to get students to school on time and many times doing double routes in the afternoon because there are not enough bus drivers to serve our students. We cannot get substitutes in our school because they don't feel safe coming into our schools, and that's exacerbating our teacher stress. And most importantly, our students are stressing about their ability to be academically successful when trying to learn from home without access to instruction. We have a serious crisis on our hands, and I suggest we have a very small window of opportunity to do something to break the cycle and give some relief. In full transparency, I anticipate, as Mr. Susan indicated, that the governor is going to appeal the decision made by the judge last week, and we may have to revisit a policy if we pass it even sooner than the 30 days noted in the policy. But right now, we have a small window to try to interrupt the spread, to slow the bleed, to give our schools a chance to get over the hump and follow the trends we are seeing in the rest of the community. We are seeing the downturn we've heard is coming, except in our schools. It's definitely not happening there. And one of my concerns, Mr. Susan, and your data was absolutely accurate, but one of my concerns is we typically see hospitalizations increase about 2 weeks after cases spike. So if we're seeing spikes in cases in our students and in our staff, then maybe that hospital downturn is not at this point sustaining. I don't know that masks are the silver bullet, and I'm not in favor of long-term mask mandates. But I do know without a doubt that what we are currently doing is not working, and the options available to us to respond are incredibly limited. I've been working with Representative Soroy and the Department of Health to expand our testing options, in addition to the work our district team has been doing, working on getting those private contractors available for testing. Ms. Moore and I met with Department of Health this morning, as well as with Representative Soroy, to try to get more home test kits available for families that would be approved. That will help us get children back in school sooner and hopefully help us identify more asymptomatic positives. Additionally, the CDC has changed their close contact exemption for K-12 schools to allow for avoidance of quarantine if students are within 3 to 6 feet and both students are masked with a universal masking policy. So that would also decrease quarantine numbers. But we need to stop the spread. We cannot make bigger classrooms to allow for more social distancing. We cannot create more teachers. We have no way to stop parents from sending their children to school sick. And we cannot identify those students who are presenting as asymptomatic but are spreading the virus. What we can do is very briefly put a barrier between our students and their peers and our faculty and staff members for a short period of time to try to slow the spread. I'm not interested in a long-term mask requirement. I love seeing our students' smiling faces as much as any of us. But if it means that we can break the cycle, keep more of our students in school, keep our team members safe and able to focus on instruction, and if it means that we can begin to get back to focusing on our mission and fixing the missed opportunities from the past 18 months, I would ask that we at least consider it. I understand fully that this is probably not going to be a long-term situation. I anticipate we would have to revisit any policy we pass probably long before the 30 days. And quite frankly, I'm fine with that. I'm not looking for long-term. What I'm looking for is we basically have two options. We closed down, and I should probably say too, if you look at the numbers in our schools, my schools are drowning. I should say my schools, the schools in my area, right? Because the schools are all, but they are drowning. So we closed down Madison Middle School for 2 days to break the cycle. We don't have the option to close down all of our schools. The state doesn't allow us to just close down our schools. So if we can get 2 weeks of wearing masks and break that cycle so that we don't see the trend, I'm not asking for your participation. If we can see just a break in that trend and allow our schools to see the same downturn that we're seeing in the rest of our community, it would make a huge difference. Because our numbers in our schools are they're just going berserk. And I don't know how else we stop it. When I think I shared with you all the number of asymptomatic positives that we were identifying when we did the testing clinic at Madison. It's just, and for me, one of the biggest things is, how do we have 31% of the cases in our entire county coming out of our schools? That is just absurd to me. While we're seeing all of the other indicators go down, our school numbers are going through the roof. And at some point, I do believe that we are going to see a downturn. I think we will peak. Mr. Susan, one of the things that you mentioned, and I'm sorry, I keep referring to you directly, I'm not calling you out, so one of the things that you said was that we had our quarantines went down from the 27th to the 30th. This one, the one from Tammy. And I'm not questioning the validity of the numbers. It's there. You're on point with it. But you got it? So I just want to share an anecdotal story with you. I was on the phone with one of my principals this weekend, and she was sharing that they're seeing a decline in their quarantine numbers. When they had one student that tested positive, and they went to do the contact tracing. Out of 7 classes, 1 student was quarantined from that positive case because all of the other students that had been within 6 feet of that student had already tested positive. Like, that is the reality of what we're dealing with. And, at some point, something's got to give. Either we're going to close schools, we can't have e-learning, right? That's off the table. The state won't allow us. I've talked to Jacob Believe about that. It's not coming back no matter what. We're not getting e-learning. So what are the options in front of us? And I don't like where we are any more than anyone else. And if we move forward, you know, as I said, I assure you, I am not looking at anything long-term. But I feel like we are at a point where we have got to take some action. And if it allows us to keep kids in school, that's where I'm gonna fall. So, with all of that, I'm sorry it took so long. If I will, one last comment, and then I promise I'm passing it on. And that is, keep in mind that the policy put before us is completely up for discussion. So Ms. Campbell mentioned that there are several things that she would like to look at. Mr. Susan, you mentioned some concerns with the layout of the policy. This was just a jumping off point for discussion. And so we can certainly dig into that if you would like as well. And so at that point, I will yield my comments. And you want to just go in the same order that we started in? Ms. McDougall, you want to follow up? Hold on, let me get you turned on. Okay.
I'd like to, I know that Ms. Campbell would just like to limit it to adults only. I'm not green. I just feel that that's not going to enough at this point in time. I think in the future it could be, but right now where our numbers are, I'm very concerned. So I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's an idea that I would certainly consider in the future, but that's kind of where I am on that.
Anything else that you wanted to follow up on?
Not right now.
Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, Ms. Belford, I appreciate you clarifying something that was really important that is said to me as well. The amount of students that are in those classrooms right now are already restricted and lower because of students being positive in quarantine, which is also affecting the numbers. Thank you for that. The one other thing that I just can't let slide by that keeps being said, is really frustrating to me, is how difficult it would be for us to have this mask mandate, and how difficult it would be to keep it in place and to make sure our students are wearing it, our staff are wearing it. You know, I said it before, I taught when that mask mandate was in place. My husband still is teaching when that mask mandate is in place. My friends, my colleagues, all of us. We wore a mask. It was effective. No one said that last year. We had it for an entire year. No one made that argument on this board that it was too difficult for us to make sure that that policy was in place. And so I just want to make that really, really clear, because the anecdotal comments of it are very frustrating to an educator who saw it work effectively on a daily basis. And not only did I see it work effectively, I had a unique position in this county where I was servicing a Title I school, an elementary school, but I also serviced daycares with 3- and 4-year-olds where some of them were mandated to wear a mask. And I even saw 3-year-olds effectively wearing it. And we didn't even have that in our school. And so it's frustrating to hear that comment time and time again, because it's just an excuse and it's not true. Yes, of course, there's going to be kids who don't want to wear it and we have to tell them to put it on and whatever. I mean, we have to do it with everything. But it's just not true. And I feel like that needed to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Campbell?
In addition to the things I mentioned before that I'm going to try, I would like to get some clarification on the 5-day grace period, what it might look like. I know Mr. Gibbs kind of drafted that, but I didn't know if that's, it says effective immediately. And by the way, if it passes, I have my mask in my purse. I'll be the first one to put it on as soon as the vote goes, whatever. And my kids will too, because I hear you, Ms. Belford, and I agree. And this is Solomon and the baby. It's a very challenging decision. But I did want to ask what the 5-day grace period might look like in however to envision that part of it. Mr. Gibbs?
It would just be a grace period for enforcement while they're getting, to allow them to get whatever exemption paperwork they would need as written. So they wouldn't be, you could redirect if they said, hey, I'm getting my doctor's note, then they wouldn't have any consequences levied against them for the 5 days.
Okay. I'm also, please stop. Just to clarify, I think I know the answer to this, but there is of course, all this can be redone as we want to. It says until the transmission drops to moderate transmission as defined by the CDC to be less than 50 new cases per 100,000 people in the previous 7 days. So that's just making sure that's not a daily average, that's a weekly total, right? And I just, for our reference, the last time we were there was June the 17th. Okay. I don't necessarily have any, it's kind of our rebuttal time, except for to say that with exceptions that I mentioned at the beginning, like last year we had pre-K through second, we're exempt. This is pretty much, all these exceptions are the same ones that were in the policy that we had last year, except for we added, last year we also asked pre-K through second to be exempted. So, but all the rest, the IEPs and while they're eating and drinking strenuous activity are almost word for word, as far as I can tell, exactly the same, except for the younger kids. And then I think we had something under the types of face coverings under face shields that were only allowed in certain circumstances, and that is gone. And then it's more specific as to it being indoors. I would also say it says indoors, and I'm glad that that's specific, but then the very next sentence, this is in section 1, the third line, it says this includes but is not limited to on any grounds. And I know what that means, but when you say on the grounds, it kind of sounds like outdoors. So I just want it to be very specifically stated indoors, because we did have a lot of problems with people making children wear
that was
masks outdoors last year.
I will chime in. That was the cabinet notice as well, and they said that we might want to just leave it on in the sentence before it, where it says all property, and then just add to include the buses and transportation piece, all district transportation.
Okay.
And I'll be offering that recommendation for adjustment.
Okay, so that's all.
Mr. Susan.
Thank you, Chairperson Belford. I would like to try to go through a couple of these real quick. A lot of the data that was said by the members of this board have talked about the impact since the beginning, the impact overall. I have provided documentation that shows that those are going down. The DOH, that the numbers are going down. The Department of Health's numbers are a week old. And in that case, I will tell you, I agree that, and in the actual cases of the CDC, that the student data is still climbing. And what I would argue from that is that the one anomaly that I keep seeing in all of these is vaccines, is that is one of the largest subsets that are unvaccinated. And it seems to be a trend that runs through unvaccinated regardless. I mean, 90-something% of every one of our hospitalizations and COVIDs and all that stuff are vaccinated. So one of the points that I wanted to make was, one, all of the data that's referred to in the DOH is consistent with the CDC models. It's just a week behind. So to say that we look at the DOH because the numbers in one case are still going up, I find it disingenuous to look at, maybe that's a strong word, I would rather look at what's most recent, which is the CDC reports. The CDC reports are showing for the first time since this thing started, numbers going down. I totally agree with you on the quarantines. So there is an argument to be made that the quarantines are going down because the kids that are inside those classes, although anecdotally, I could see that. The only other problem that we have is that 40 to 45% of our quarantines are coming from home. And that's evident when you look at Ms. Tammy's response, and when it's students from home, 898, students from contact community, 716. There's a lot of numbers inside of here that, and let's just say this, there's close to 1,000 people every single day that are quarantined from somebody inside the community. That's not going to change. they're going to be quarantined because of that, which makes up a percentage, whether it's 40, whether it's 20, whether it's 10%. Students that are going to be out that this doesn't even affect. So 31% of us being the impact on the community is not 100% of 31%. It is also reduced because kids are getting sick and being from home that are there. So it's not always going to be us. So I understand holistically where you're coming from on the quarantines. I can see that. But I would say that there is data that shows that where kids are getting sick and getting quarantined from home. And if anybody wants to look out there, there are people out there that are having birthday parties and stuff on the weekends, and then also calling for mitigation strategies that are not consistent with the way they behave. The quarantines, if we're concerned about those, the most effective way to fix the quarantines is to test them immediately when they get quarantined. So if we are concerned and making an entire argument and base the policy based upon the quarantines, the increase of testing which we are putting into our schools should reduce the quarantines also. So we have the two sides that if we enact a mask mandate that we're going to have less quarantines because of the policies. Well, if every one of those kids was available to get a test as soon as they're quarantined, it would also reduce the total amount. And that I feel, which is what I've tried to get to, is getting higher testings and mitigating the distances between is something that I've been trying to advocate for. The other thing that we didn't talk about is that I'm getting indication from some of our principals, and the reason I was asking about them was that some of them, and this is legitimate, were concerned that some of their older teachers that just are tired of it and don't want the extra work are going to walk out. And it was legitimate concerns that if we mask mandated, that they don't want to be in the middle of trying to enforce it with all of the different rules, and that some of them legitimately said that the ones that were saying that were in key areas. So I have a fear about our retention and recruitment that's going on. One of the problems that we have is daycares where our children are going when they get quarantined also don't have the mask mandates inside of them. So we have a situation where as our kids are getting quarantined, they're then going to an unmasked area too, which is another variable where we're not going to be able to control the kids once they leave. DOH is a week behind. And I have not heard anybody say, brought up some good points. The data's consistent with going down, which it has never gone down since we started with a term like this. It has never had 5 days of lowering on the hospitalizations, numbers coming down. It has not happened yet. But you're right, we could see a spike. That could come back up. But what we're not saying is that this is illegal. Paul said, this is illegal. And unfortunately, we don't have the authority to pass illegal policies, and it puts us into a liability. So because of the fact that it's ultimately unenforceable, because it's the fact that the numbers are going down, because it's an illegal policy, which I've stated, I don't think I could support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Susan.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Ms. Jenkins.
Mr. Susan, this is a genuine question. So when you were talking about the quarantines, contact to case, like in the community, was that, where are you pulling that from?
Ms. Aguirre's documentation.
From Tammy?
And on top of our COVID dashboard and inside of our community.
Okay.
One of the things I forgot to mention was that as COVID runs through a school,
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It was inappropriate for me to respond.
No, it's fine.
I won't say.
So the reason I'm asking is because I'm confused by that, because when I'm looking at it, and maybe I'm not looking at this right because it's kind of redundant in some of these numbers here. So like, I feel like on the dashboard, it says number of quarantines from contact to case district-wide, 4,021. This is
where are you looking at?
This is the last dashboard.
Have it all printed out.
Yeah. And then
So that would be August 24th through the 26th?
yes. So then it says quarantines, contact a case, school, 3,383, which would be 84%. So that means that we have 16% of it coming from the community, not 40 to 45%. And then if I look at Tammy's, which is where I get a little confused here because we're also counting cases within the totals of that quarantine. So.
You're asking me to clarify my statement.
No, I'm just asking, I didn't know if it was within here and you were talking like holistically or if you were speaking from the dashboard.
No, when I was looking at it, we have a bunch of varying numbers here, from a 3-day period to a 1-day period. Consistently, though, if you look at Tammy's, Squires, quarantines associated to a close contact family community, the number of students is roughly 1,000, consistent over the last 3 days, average-wise. It went 1,040, 1,017, and then 716, which was my argument that we are dropping, which is debatable according to you guys anecdotally because of the people that are inside the classrooms may not be close, okay? But the thing is that I would just wanted to say that 1,000 students, roughly a day in our community or in our school districts, are being quarantined specifically because of a close contact at home. That's all. That's all I was saying. And when we start looking at the pie of individuals that we are truly affecting, I think it becomes smaller. That was all. That was my point. If percentages are off, there are varying numbers here. So I just wanted that could help clarify. Do you see that, Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, no, so the only reason I brought that up was because I didn't know if you were pulling some other kind of a data point. And I hear what you're saying, that it's staying close to 1,000 for contacts to family and community, but consistently throughout every single one of these data points that we were given from Tammy, we're looking at over 80% of them coming from the school and above. And I think that's really important to clarify because that's part of what Ms. Belford was saying as well, that the majority of our contacts are coming from within our
Yes, Ms. McDougall.
Mr. Gibbs, I have a question. I also listened to the judges, to our, I don't know what the word is, verdict, for lack of a better. And what I thought I heard was that the school does have the ability, as in the Florida Constitution and in our own guidelines, to provide a safe learning environment. Did I hear that right? That we would not be punished at that point for following our own Florida law?
His order would prevent DOE from enforcing any violation of the DOH order. So that's why you won't be punished. If it gets stayed, it would allow the DOE to continue to try and punish for violations of the DOH order. The board could just, at that point, if you got a letter saying we're going to enforce the DOH order, you could elect to take litigation action like some of the other districts are doing and defend. His order said that we had due process rights under the Parent Bill of Rights, that we were not being afforded because we have the opportunity to show reasonableness and limitation in scope and duration. So those are all options that the board would have to weigh as whether or not it wants to risk those actions should a stay come down.
Any additional questions, points of clarification? Okay, so I currently have a motion on the floor, but Paul, I would have to do an amendment to address the section 1 issue, right?
Yes, it would be to amend the policy as presented to remove the, looks like, second sentence that starts with "this includes," and then add "and including district transportation" to the end of the first sentence.
Ms. Escobar, did you catch that motion that Mr. Gibbs so eloquently put together for me? Okay, so would anyone like to make a motion to approve as presented with that amendment, or is there a motion with a varying amendment to be presented?
Move to approve.
All right, so I have a motion and a second on the amendment to the policy incorporating the transportation. So is there any additional discussion from that point?
Can you just read it as amended?
Yeah, section 1 would go, subject to the exceptions set forth below, each student pre-K through 12, employee, visitor, vendor, or other person is required to wear face covering at all times while indoors on school district property, including district transportation. And then we would remove the next sentence.
You good on that, Ms. Campbell?
Sorry.
That's okay, quite all right. Did you want to, I know you had put forward several amendments that you wanted to look at. Did you want to offer up an amended motion, or?
Would it be easier just to do them one at a time?
Or do you want to can we get board
Can we get board consensus before we?
on her like 7 things that she wanted to alter?
Yeah, she can ask if anyone supports those before we move forward. So you know, before we get like 10 amendments flying around.
Right.
Yeah, I'd really rather not do that. I mean, I don't want to put forth an amendment if there's not interest for it. But I mean, like I said, in the amendment process, but I would like to throw them out there for consensus. Is there any consensus for parental opt-out? Nope. Is there any consensus for, I'll say the time frame, for this to be our adults only? Is there any consensus to make this on school buses only? Is there any consensus for us to put back in the pre-K through 2nd grade exemption like we had last year? Is there any consensus to put an exemption for pre-K only? And then I would just ask about time frame. It says right now up to 90 days with a 30-day review.
And Ms. Campbell, on that one, I mean, certainly I'll give others the opportunity to weigh in as well. But just while we're on that, and I am supportive of a shorter time frame, I think it's going to be a moot point. I think we're going to have to revisit it prior to that anyway. But I would be supportive of changing the language in the policy for a shorter time frame. But I also just wanted to mention, while you are offering up that amendment, did you want to offer an amendment on the metric as well? Because that was just kind of a random pick the, whatever level from the CDC. So not that I'm pushing you in any direction, just that would be a together thing.
Right. Well, I think we could do the time. You're suggesting that we should do them together, or that we could do them together.
You could, if you had concerns on both.
Well, I just wanted, my main concern first was just to clarify, because sometimes that metric is a little unclear. But it seems to be, the way the CDC is counting it, is 50 cases per 100,000 over the last week, which really is the only thing that we can track, because the state DOH website only gives us by week, doesn't give us by day. So it need to get that number down below 50. There is the next level up is substantial, which is 50 to 99 cases per 100,000. The last time we were there was July 1st. So I think, so hang on, let me read it again. So what the metric then is not for the school board to make the changes, but it seems to be the metric is for the superintendent to be able to do that without us coming back together. Am I reading that correctly? The school board will review the emergency policy every 30 days and authorizes the superintendent to end the face covering requirement if levels of community transmission drop to moderate transmission as defined by the CDC to be less than 50 new cases per 100,000 people in the previous 7 days. So am I reading that correctly? That means that if we get there, Dr. Mullins could go ahead, and of course we could call a meeting and change it or whatever, and he always is very good to check in with us anyway. But am I reading that correctly? Okay. So even if we didn't get under the 50, we're not holding the school board to not lifting it.
No.
I would rather, I really like within the next 30 days for us to get under 50 new cases, but I think I'd just rather it make this up to 30 days instead of up to 90 days. Or 14 if there's some. I don't know that there will be much movement on that because we're already asking for a 5-day grace period and 14 days is 2 weeks. So is there any interest among the board for up to 14 days? All right. Is there any interest in the board for up to 30 days? All right.
Are you guys?
Mr. Susan?
Good.
I think he's not weighing it. Well,
I
but
would've
at 30 we can
supported
review
your
and
some of
then
your things, but
revisit.
Ultimately,
At 30, I think we need.
just so I can clarify, I would have supported a lot of what you did. But the overall action of moving on this, I feel, goes against the rule of law, so I'm not voting on it. I wanted to clarify that.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Susan, and I'm not going to declare right now my vote one way or the other, but I'm going to tell you while I have the opportunity, which is right now before the vote, I'm going to help shape this policy as much as I can. And I would like to shape it, considering that I am seeing the direction that the majority of the board is going to, I would like to shape it as much influence as I can as one of 5. So I would like to shape this policy by making it up to 30 days if there is a majority of the board that would be willing to change it up to 30 days.
I can't see you down there. Are you guys good with that?
I don't mind changing the time frame either way. I mean, it has to be, in my opinion, it has to be revisited. So, yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Did you have any others you wanted to take the temperature on, Ms. Campbell?
No.
Okay. So, can Ms. Campbell offer up an amended motion to include the motion that you put forth as well as the amendment on the time frame, Mr. Gibbs, and then we can.
You can make a friendly amendment to the standing amendment to add a limited time frame there.
Okay, I hate to do this. I'll do what he said.
Okay.
I would like to add a friendly amendment to the standing amendment that we change the section 5 to say this emergency policy becomes effective immediately upon approval and remain in effect for up to 30 days and then leave the rest as is, I guess, except for the school board will review the emergency policy every 30 days. Is that relevant?
Well, the board would have to make a decision within the next 30 days since it's only up to 30 days. So if it wanted to extend beyond that 30-day period, it would have to make a decision before that 30-day period's up.
Gotcha. But otherwise, if the board decides to not meet,
Yeah, if it wanted to let it
expire.
expire, it could and not take any action, and it would expire after 30 days.
then I'll leave my friendly amendment as originally stated, and to leave it and remain in effect for up to 30 days, and just
Can I
to
jump
change
on
that
that real
number in section 5.
All right, so I have an amendment on the floor from Ms. Campbell. Do I have a second on her amendment? Ms. Jenkins, I hear you at one, but I need a second
okay.
before
Yeah.
to open for discussion before I can address your question.
I'll second her motions.
All right, so I have a motion for Ms. Campbell and a second for Mr. Susan. That opens it for discussion. Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, so
Hold on.
after
There you
that
are.
was just stated, I know I said I supported that, but I do have a question because if that's the case, we're putting ourselves on a tighter timeline for that review. So to me, it sounds like maybe we should be extending it to 45 so that there's like a window of time for that meeting, because otherwise that's going to be something where you're seesawing on, off if we don't have a meeting. And
I would, sorry, Ms. Elfredick.
I'll just add, it can be added to a regular board meeting in September. It's August 30th, so you have 2 meetings in September. You could add it for a review item.
We actually have a scheduled board meeting for the 21st. We could schedule, which would be before the 30 days is up. And of course, we could always schedule an emergency meeting.
Okay, so then I'm sorry, so I thought it was going to have to be through an emergency meeting since it's an emergency policy.
No.
So if it doesn't have to be and it can be in a board meeting, then I'm cool with it.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor and a second and have open for discussion. And did anyone else want to say anything before I? Okay. So Ms. Campbell, I will say this to you in response to your the other amendments that you were looking for. And I think you understand what I'm saying when I think this is probably going to be a moot point, right? And we're going to have to revisit what we do going forward. In the event that there is something beyond the current when decisions are made, I'm certainly open to looking at some of those amendments because I think that we still need to look at what can and cannot be done going forward, right? So when I did not support you on the amendments for this one, it's because I think this is going to be a short-term thing and we're going to have to revisit those at a later time. So just know that you have my support in those areas at that point in time, okay? All right. Any additional discussion? Mr. Gibbs, are you comfortable with where we stand on motions on the floor and amendments and all of those things?
Yes.
All right, if there is no additional discussion, then I will go ahead and call the vote.
Now, the vote is for the amendment.
Yes. Voice vote.
Voice vote on this one? Okay. All right, hold on. Let me turn all of your mics on because then I gotta be very happy when we don't have this anymore. All right. All of those in favor of the motion on the floor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
And the motion passes 4-1.
Now vote on the policy as amended.
And you need a voice vote on that as well, Sam? All right, so at this point, I will call the question on the policy as amended. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes 3-2. All right, does anybody have anything else before we wrap up the meeting today?
Yes.
Miss Campbell?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I wasn't kidding.
Hold on one second. Let me get mics adjusted. You're good. Go ahead.
So I would, since we are now, at least for the next 30 days, going to have a mask mandate in place, I would like to request the staff.
Please.
I would like the staff to request that the staff adjust.
Mr. Jefferson, please leave the boardroom
Oh
quietly.
my gosh. That's not the way it works. So I would like to request the staff to update our quarantine procedures to people within 3 feet, if, as the CDC has said, if the person who was test positive was wearing a mask and the person who was exposed was wearing a mask, that it shrinks that circumference. I think Ms. McDougall mentioned that also. That's not something we vote on because that was, but what would that look like? And Dr. Mullins?
And Ms. Campbell, if I could, only because we had this conversation this morning, and I see Ms. Moore is coming forward as well, but that's not anything I don't believe that the board has to take action on. I think that's already part of the plan going forward.
Okay.
Is an adjustment in that 3-foot quarantine.
I did just look that up this morning, and I think this maybe we were talking about before when on the definition, it was in the definition of close contact. The CDC website actually says
yes,
as a 3 to 6 feet, but it used to have when there's universal masking, and they took that off. So is that what you're?
Well, it
talking about?
was when there was universal masking, when there was increased ventilation, and when all students were wearing masks appropriately. And they were apparently, I was looking into it this weekend, didn't realize it, but they apparently removed those other limitations on that to make it that anyone within 3 to 6 feet.
So you're saying we could have made that change anyway? Well,
No.
according to the CDC, we could have. No, we couldn't.
Because of the universal masking.
We could. Okay, universal masking. Now, here comes the quandary. Because now, if we do that, we're actually not lining up Mr. Gibbs with the DOH emergency order, because I did pull that up just to make things more complicated. Sorry. the DOH order in section 1E says, for purposes of this rule, direct contact means cumulative exposure for at least 15 minutes within 6 feet. So,
Yeah, you would be selecting the CDC over DOH, so.
okay, which this actually mandate is doing. So, I mean, I'm in favor of reducing our quarantines. I just wondered where we're going with that. It's not.
Which rule doesn't specifically talk about quarantining based on contact tracing or based on contacts. They just define what you're talking about as a direct contact means cumulative exposure of at least 15 minutes within 6 feet. The exception goes a little bit farther and talks about the quarantining of that. So I bow down to Mr. Gibbs' legal authority on it. I don't see it being a conflict because the DOH rule doesn't address what we do with, it doesn't even address the contact tracing or the quarantining, just the definition.
Okay. All right, well, I'm fine with that, and I would, if everybody's in agreement, we're all, it sounds like we were already doing anyway, but we support that. I mean, I support that.
All right. Anybody have anything else? Dr. Mullins, you have anything? All right, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.